Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words. Tonight's Mondays. I hope you're doing well. Though if you're in Mexico, I imagine you're probably not. Uh, I guess it depends on where you're specifically at in Mexico. But other than that, yeah, you're probably not doing too well. LrdAlucard, yes. Yes. I am here, gamer words. I am here. I hope you had a good weekend. And a good Monday so far here. Is Amal's Cave Mexico or Argentina? Argentina, obviously. I followed my grandfather. Or great grandfather. It depends on how the lineage goes. Oh yeah, but I followed him from Germany, so welcome in everybody. Let's see here. We're already starting out strong. Jesus Christ! Thank you so much, Fluvo, for the $10 dose. Thank you. Our country's pants are on fire and our hat wants to strangle us. Fun times. Yeah, I know like Canada's seething right now because of the Olympics. I haven't been like super paying attention to the Olympics because like I don't really care about them all that much. Personally myself, other than the whole the Hapas. The half Asian chicks. That discourse has been kind of funny. How that's been working out. Like the one half Chinese chick whose mom was working for the CCP and got a sperm donation, and then had a kid that way, and then the kid's technically American but defected to the CCP and won a gold there for I think skiing or something like that. But then there's another story of another half Chinese, but this time it's the man who came to America. He defected from the CCP, came to America, and then he got an egg donor from an American woman and raised his half here. Um, and then she won gold for America instead. So, the discourse comparing and contrasting them has been kind of interesting, all things considered. Other than that, I don't really pay attention to the Olympics. Other than Canada lost at their own game, which is kind of funny. But, like, I feel like it's more bread and circus than anything. Personally, myself. You see Tucker Carlson was detained and then forced to leave Israel? Yeah, I heard that he got detained. But, I don't know. I saw some conflicting reports that he was actually lying. Now, not saying like I fully trust Tucker, but I can't really see him lying about that either. But at the same time, like certain things weren't adding up about it. So I've been kind of just like ignoring that because until I can actually get some more like official reports that he was in fact detained, and thrown away and stuff like that, other than just staying at the airport. However, I did see his interview with Mike Huckabee, and if we have time today, I would actually really like to go and watch those clips. Because they really pissed me off over the weekend. However, we have a variety of topics to go over. Since the weekend has occurred. Obviously Mexico will be today's main topic. I do want to talk about the glyphosate that I was going to talk about last Wednesday. Or was it Friday? Friday I was going to talk about it. Okay, so it's not that far behind. There has been a couple updates to that, so you know what? It's still relevant, still in the news, and I still want to talk about it. But I also have a funny one too. So we have a variety of things to get to. We'll see how much yapping I do today. The more I yap, the less likely we'll get to everything, unfortunately. So he got detained like Hassan got detained. Yeah. See, like I like Tucker, all things considered. Obviously I don't agree with him on everything. For different stuff. And he's got some weird connections to like I think Qatar as well. So that's not the best. However, he's really great about the Israel question. And I certainly can't complain about that. And the clips I saw with the Huckabee interview, because I'll be honest, I didn't actually fully watch it. I just saw the clips online. But they're like pretty long clips, like 3 minutes long. And I just, oh my god, how you make Huckabee squirm is absolutely hilarious. So I'm like, yeah, go Tucker, get that fucking traitor. And unfortunately, he's not a traitor because he's the actual He's the ambassador. So, uh, sucks. From my understanding, Tucker himself wasn't detained for questioning. It was his producer that was pulled aside and questioned. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, not really him himself once again. Like, see, that's what I mean. Like, I was seeing conflicting reports on whether or not it was true. I'm just like, Tucker, don't lie about this kind of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. I would love if Israel actually did detain Tucker Carlson. Not because I dislike Tucker Carlson. It'd just be very much an Israeli thing to do. And it would just, prove how awful that they are. In that case, and I would hope he would be freed and all the fun stuff. But like, you lied about it, and so now it makes you look worse, and it ruins, like, it helps ruin the any talking points that we have against Israel. Not completely, obviously, because like there's still very, very valid strong points against Israel, 100%. But when the biggest name who talks about this stuff in a more normie safe perspective, because Tucker is very normie safe, all things considered, is lying about something very serious like that. That's not good for optics. I know optics isn't everything, but we do need some optics to get to the normies on our side, and that's just not it, Chief. Like, come on, man. Come on. So, hey, don't hate on Tucker Carlson. His interviews are pretty good. Yeah, see, that's the other thing, right? His interviews are pretty good. Like, I'm not sure if it's because of like the people I've been around more recently, or because I've been tweeting more, or the shoe video. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe, but for recently I've been getting lots of people. I'm not gonna say hate, because hate's too strong a word. But too many people are going like saying that like I like somebody even though they have X opinion, and so therefore like my opinion is invalid or whatever the case is. No, they're not fully calling me a grifter or anything like that, but it's just like, have you considered that you can still like somebody even if you don't fully agree with everything they say or everything they stand for different thing? It's the same thing with Tucker Carlson. Like, I like him, he does good interviews, but obviously his leading source guitar I don't like, and I'll criticize him when it comes to that because I don't like any of the Middle East any way, shape, or form. That's my stance and my policy, but I can recognize what he does against Israel's good, and so therefore I can like him, or at least be relatively neutral him for that aspect of things. I don't know what it is, something in the water, or just like but it's just been more recently I've been noticing that people are saying this about different people that I like or I'm okay with. Because like is kind of a strong word too, because like it's actually very few people that I genuinely like. Because I'm a very neutral person just in general. So I don't get strong feelings for certain people, positive or negatively. In this case. So yeah, I just don't get it. But I also I mean, I guess, okay, I do understand where they're coming from because of how tribal the left is. And as someone who does advocate for tribalism myself, but it's more for like the white identity tribalism, not completely thought identity. Because if that's the case, then you're gonna be cutting off arms. And we kinda need arms. So if they defend horrible people, I can't ride with them. It's against my principles to keep me sane. I mean, yeah, if they're like actual like horrible people, like defending murders or shocking dogs, or pedophiles, or like legit pedophiles, not the leftist term for a pedo these days. Like actual like bad stuff. Like, of course, that's a different story. But when it comes to just like, okay, so what's a good example? Here. Well, let's use the gays as an example, because the mainstream wise, gays are still relatively okay. In this case, so like obviously I don't really personally care for the gays too much, but they are lower on my chopping block of people that I dislike. I have qualms. I have much bigger qualms with various other groups first and foremost before I get to the gays. And so if somebody is a little bit more favorable to them, let's say like they're like, they're okay with gay marriage, for example. Like, even though I'm personally not a fan of gay marriage myself, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I can't be friends with you. You're a horrible person. Like, I hope you die. Or anything like that. I'm just gonna be like, okay, I disagree with you on this aspect. Move on. Like you can you can agree to disagree on different things as long as they're like still nice and decent people. It's only when they're actually vile and attacking, aggressive, and do horrible things where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna stay for about 10 feet away from you at best. Okay, so that's that's a bit different. I don't know. Maybe I'm too passive. Maybe I still have some like classical liberalism still left over in me from like 2016. Um, in that case, prioritizing this area, yeah, like there are much bigger fish to fry, and in my opinion, than like the gays, right? But we can worry about them frying in hell later, okay? I'm much more concerned about immigration because immigration's actual real fucking threat, to our Western society as a whole, not just America, but Canada, UK, Australia, etc. The whole entire Western world. That's a much pressing issue. Like along the way, can we like address it? Sure. But like it's not my highest priority. I will still keep beating the drum over immigration than the gays any day. So I've had to deal with radical feminists before. They'll forever be inveterately callous, perfidious, and only communicate their frivolous drivel. See, yeah, those people are awful, right? Like if they're radical feminists. But I'm talking about people. Actually, you know what? I posted this relatively recently because people were criticizing Shu, and like I get why people dislike Shu. I get it. I do because I don't fully agree with her, but I still like her because she makes good points in other areas and she's funny. Seems for all intents and purposes a relatively nice person. I don't know what happens behind closed doors. I generally don't trust big celebrities and big people, so that kind of deal. But like she seems fine. Like yeah, she's got problems, but it's not like the end of the world, especially when she does address very important issues and she has a big platform and she's funny in the process. In that case, like you can have, I don't know, it's like this essentially. Like like I said, I posted this relatively recently, where the right is such a big tent. Now, personally, while I'm on this side of the map myself, or more or less, like just because I'm relatively over here does not mean that I'm gonna be like somebody over here needs to die because we're so many deviation points, away from each other. Like it's gonna be people who are like more over here that I'm gonna be a bit more hesitant towards, and fuck these people, right? Because these people want me dead. These people over here, I'm gonna be kind of questioning, where they stand on the people who want me dead. But if within this little bubble right here, I would say little, but this is massive compared to that one. Within this bubble right here, like we don't have to agree on every single point and still get along as long as you're nice to me and I'm nice to you, and that we can all kind of get along to a certain degree. And then as time goes on, I'll keep on pushing rightwards, and then they'll probably fall along because that's just kind of how it works. And they'll go further left, and this will stretch out even more. That seems to be how things are working on the culturally online, at the very least. Like I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's me being a woman. Maybe I still have too much classical liberalism. Maybe whatever the case is, but that's my stance, and it's been my stance pretty much since I even got into politics when I was 12 years old. Like that, it's I don't know a core value of mine, more or less. I don't know, something like that. I feel that I occasionally go, damn, that was kind of leftist of me. I mean, yeah, like I would say like, oh no, if I ever had to put myself on a map, I would probably say I'm personally center right. Though at this time, I don't really label myself because of the fact that I know the label highly depends on who you're talking to. Here, some people definitely consider me very extreme. Which I can understand why in the modern, world of 2026. Go back 100 years ago, then I would probably be like center right. That kind of deal. But I know I'm somewhere in this camp. I feel like that's kind of obvious. So, Um, she's 99% retarded far leftist, but because she won't call a man wearing a dress a woman, they hate her. Yes. Well, not okay. Maybe not fully yes. There for our 99 retarded far leftists. I feel like she deserves a little bit more credit than that. I mean, after all, there was that video she released. I don't know, a few videos ago. At this point, where she says she's a national socialist. You know, where having strong borders, national security, being a nationalist, being proud of your country, and then actually having like certain welfare systems for your own people, and those cases. And you know what? I can see the appeal for that. The problem that she won't address is of course the demographic issue, which is the reason one of the main reasons why we can't have something like that in the United States. So, and in some cases, I guess it depends on how you feel. Um, about the funny mustache man in particular. So we're definitely getting to very spicy territory here. Um, when it comes to those regards. Talking about J.K. Rowling and all. Oh well. Oh, sorry. I missed that. I missed that Sutra Solus. Yeah, J.K. Rowling. Fuck that. Yeah. See, J.K. Rowling is a leftist that I would not fuck with at all because she's just a turf. And for those who don't know, TERF means trans exclusionary radical feminist. So basically, she's a hardcore radical feminist. You know, women's rights, pay gap, pink text, glass ceiling, you name it, rape culture. I need a Sarkeesian fucking bullshit up the wazoo that you can possibly think of. Don't objectify women. All this other all other fucking bullshit, right? That goes along with it. However, she doesn't like trannies. Which, that part is kind of based. But, and because of that, the left has completely kicked her out. But she's still a radical feminist. And I'm not going to touch radical feminists. No, they're the antithesis to everything I believe in. 100%. So, that's one thing where, like, I mean, I'm still going to be cordial. Like, okay, if I somehow, someday, magically talk to J.K. Rowling, I'll still be nice and cordial to her, and she's nice and cordial to me. I'm not gonna call her like a cunt or anything like that. But like, cause like I don't know, but I don't like drama, so I don't see the point of like coming out swinging when you meet somebody, calling them names and horrible different things like that. Like, that's just not who I am, personally. In this case, but I'm not gonna be friends with her. I'm not gonna be a buddy. Like, I'll have like maybe a private conversation with her, and we have like, you know, I don't know, and be relatively nice to each other, and then carry on the rest of our days and never speak to each other again. Like, that's fine with me. But if she comes swinging at me, oh, that's a different story. That's a fucking different story. I'm not gonna mess around there. Well, I say that, but I'll probably just ignore it because once again, I don't want to deal with drama. I'll just be like, oh, she's being a nuisance. Ignore. Let's be more realistic here. That's what's gonna be happening. And in those cases, because if anybody tries to start drama with me, I'm just like, leave me alone, and then I just ignore them. But but yeah. Can we Dumbledore gay just for internet points? Yes, 100. Like, I don't like J.K. Rowling. I haven't liked J.K. Rowling ever. Like, and I wasn't even a Harry Potter fan. Like, I read the books, I saw the movies, I thought they were pretty good, all things considered. But like, I wasn't like, I thought it was massively overrated, personally, myself. So I was just kind of like, whatever. I don't care. And then she got way more political, and I was just like, please shut the fuck up, you dumb woman. But she started becoming a turf, and I was just like, okay, I agree with you on these points, but please shut the fuck up. You're still a woman. I didn't need to blow my nose. Speaking of women shutting the fuck up. Oh, there we go. Internet drama is entertaining for me. I do enjoy artistic slap fight between people who are equally as horrible and idiot crashing out over small stuff. Maybe it's because I used to enjoy somewhat of locales. See, like, I I know some people like it. I seem like a kind of a male. I don't know. Maybe I'm in different circles or whatever the case is, but it definitely seems like a male thing. Because don't get me wrong, obviously the women are the ones starting the drama. You start to see cat fights like almost every single day on Twitter. Like you don't get a single day of peace without some bitch swinging at another bitch, right? But like, but who's grabbing the popcorn and enjoying that? It's usually the men because they just feel like, ha ha ha! Look, the women are fighting again. They're so cute. They're so dumb. Versus me, I don't enjoy either of that myself. That's exhausting. Interacting with people is exhausting. I struggle to have just basic bitch conversations with people, like being nice and stuff like that. That already takes so much energy out of me. Lord help me if I have to get angry about something so fucking dumb because somebody called me a bitch. Like, I don't care. Move on. So, but that's me. Thank you, J Rock, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. All these lefties stuck in Mexico right now, screaming and crying in the void of TikTok is very satisfying. Life comes at you fast. I haven't been seeing those videos. I've only been seeing the videos of the damage the cartels are doing. I technically have a TikTok. I don't use it though because TikTok's brain rot and gay. So I just if I see a TikTok, it's gonna be reposted on Twitter. That way I can, you know, section it out properly. Thank you, Gus the Dorks, for the $20 reduce. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Well, it's so nice to hear you can get along with people you don't agree with. It's a skill that's lost in the modern world so often. Violet Sparkle will be proud. Please kill yourself. Follow the Questia for this one, by the way. Please also still kill yourself. In Minecraft, obviously. Okay, we'll add that to follow the Questia here. I don't even think it's a skill. Like, when it comes to this stuff. I mean, maybe it's because I'm like a fish swimming in water in this case. But I just don't care. Like, I don't know. If when it comes to like agreeing with people or disagreeing with people you don't, or agreeing with, I don't, English is hard. Getting along with people I disagree with. It's too much effort. It's just too much effort. I think it's more laziness on my part, if we're gonna be completely honest. As I'm very lazy. And I find a lot of things emotionally draining. And I just don't care. And I don't care. The news are making the damage of the cartels bigger than it really is. It all stopped yesterday in the afternoon. Today there was nothing happening. Yeah, I haven't heard any real updates about it. But since it was over the weekend and it was top news, well, you know. As the news presenter, the retarded version, of course, I was like, you know what, we'll talk about it because I get to laugh at Browns. And talk about immigration. Just going back full circle to like my main issues is like immigration's like my #1 priority, basically. And so therefore I can make this about immigration and beat this drum. Beat this dead horse till it's not even a horse anymore. It's just a pile of blood and fur and goop. Oh my god. Cracking my back, and that was a lot. That was a lot of crackles. Side tangent, anyone see the story about the guy with Tourette's that called a bunch of N-words the N-word during some film award? Lol. I heard some people on the British side of Twitter talk about it, but I just didn't really care. Because it's just like, okay, it's just the N-word. I don't care here. Thank you, Dinocide, for the 1776 here. Thank you. Thank you, my dude. My politics was somewhere Thomas Jefferson, Charles Martel, Baldwin IV, Bros Tito, and Joe McCarthy. Well, I only recognize a couple of those names because I am a grifter. But it seems pretty based to me. Based off the ones I do recognize. So today there's been clashes between the Mexican military and the Gulf Sea and CJNG. Oh wait, hold on. Wait a second. I have a tab about that. There actually was an update. Where do I have it? I mean, I'll get to it eventually, but I want to double check the date to make sure I wasn't peddling fake news here. If I can find it in my endless amount of tabs I have about this topic. I have like 20. Okay. 23rd. Okay, yeah, so there has been an update today. Fine, I lied. Chat lied this time. Oh. Carlson. I did a very dumb thing, but it's fine. It's relatively okay. But anyway, let's get into the topics at hand because if I don't shut up, we're not gonna get to any of them today, as per usual. As per usual here. So first off, before we get into Mexico, I just want to laugh at Newsom. I just want to laugh at Newsom because chances are he's going to be the Democrat nominee in 2028. And because like they have nobody else. They have no one else at the moment. Like AOC, really? Like she's already hitting the wall. She's gained so much weight. Like she just like every Latina. And after 25, she's gone. and nobody really likes her. I mean, I know she's been moderating a little over the past couple years, and I know Pelosi pulled the leash on her to calm her down too. But like she doesn't have the same like magnitude, the same sparkle that she had that she had way back in the day when she first came into popularity back in like what 2018 or something like that with the squad when that occurred. So yeah, good luck for her. They're gonna not to mention, is she actually gonna win? A brown woman? Like they tried a brown woman with Kamala Harris. That was a massive flop, though Kamala Harris is a retarded drunkard. They tried a woman with Hillary Clinton. That didn't fucking work. Like, cause all they do is just run on, I'm a brown woman. Vote for me because diversity. Oh, I have a vagina. That's all they're gonna be doing. That's all they're gonna be doing here. So they're gonna go with the white straight man, Gavin Newsom, who is also moderating his positions as well, preparing for 2028. I don't think he's actually gonna win if he's running against JD Vance, because JD Vance has charisma, he's hot, and already well liked. I mean, obviously a lot of people dislike him, at least on the right, because he's got, you know, Indian wife and mixed kids, which is actually a pretty valid criticism of him, in my personal opinion. But for most people on the right, once again, going back to, hold on, I realized I screwed up. But the graph I just showed with the big map, diversity of thought on the right, it doesn't bother that many people, and he's actually quite liked at the moment. Of course, things can change by 2028, but right now he's got, you know, he's got the curry. He's curried enough favor. You know, his wife made it for him. So I think he'll win over Newsom. But they have to have somebody, right? So here's Newsom to a black crowd in Georgia. I am like you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. I can't read. Which, I mean, I can't read either. But hot damn. I think I have a higher SAT score than Newsom. I think mine was like a... Oh god, I had like 100, like what, 1,300 somewhere in there, like 1,350. It was something like that. I haven't looked at it since I took it way back in the day, but it was up somewhere roughly around that range.
I'm not, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy.
It's funny he mentions 940 because the average SAT for blacks is around like 946, I believe. That's what I saw earlier. I don't have the statistics pulled up, so take that with a grain of salt. But that is roughly around the average that the black Americans have on the SAT score. Just a little bit funny that he mentions that.
I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
I'm like you. How you doing, fellow kids? Or in this case, how you doing, fellow NWAs? I'm just as retarded and illiterate as you are. Congratulations. Like fucking hell. No, this is such a self-own on his part because he's a white man now. Apparently, he claims this because of dyslexia. In this case, which is why. Which I mean, okay, that's hinder you quite a lot if you have a condition that makes it harder to read, and understand things because you're mixing up your letters like that. But to be like, yes, fellow kids, I am just as dumb as illiterate as you are, my fellow blacks. It's like Joe Biden being like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like, and the crowd is not enjoying his jokes either because they're just like, what the fuck is this about? And like, a lot of people are calling this racist. And I don't. I'm like, okay, it technically is racist, which is this is very much a typical leftist nonsense thing, where um they basically show how racist that they actually are with how they think that blacks are dumb and can't do anything, just as he's describing right here, which I would agree with. I agree with statistics too. But the issue is that I see that and be like, yeah, so therefore we need to separate them and not give them social benefits and lift them up beyond white people who are actually competent and can do the job. Versus the left sees that and thinks that there's poor innocent children and socioeconomic factors. They'd be like, we must give them literally everything and destroy the white man, even though the white man actually created literally the entirety of civilization. So I don't think what he said is actually that bad. I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's racist. Democrats are the real racists. Ew. I just think it's like a complete cell phone that he's doing right here. Be like, yes, I am illiterate. I'm basically spiritually an Enwa. Like, fuck. He knows Enwas are retarded deep down. Well, yeah, everybody knows. Like, everybody knows that they are. It's just a matter of how they express it. You know, people, like me or you guys in chat generally, or things like that would be like, okay, yeah, no, they are retarded. Here's the statistics. Please stop giving them government handouts and all these other different things. That is actually, they're anchoring society, and dragging us down. Anchoring is not the right word. I was thinking about like a different there. But anyways, they're basically dragging us down here versus the left sees them as poor innocent babies that are also retarded because it's like the whole math thing video that I reacted to about how like the white leftists are projecting their empathy and emotions and want to take care of these poor blacks because they see them as like babies because they don't have any babies of their own. Along those lines of like that kind of empathy there. I really need to watch Aiden Paladin's video about dark empathy because I've heard it's really good, but it's like an hour and a half long there, and I just haven't got around to it. It's long. Um. Oh, but it's just once again a typical Democrat talking point here. Um. But like, and just like every politician in general, even though he says that he can't read, just like George Floyd. Apparently he also claimed that he read a book of over 300 pages in 2 hours a few months ago.
You've written a hell of a book, and I don't say that lightly. I went through it in a quick hour and a half, almost 2 hours. And trust me, I don't read very fast, but it reads at an unbelievable pace. It's so well written. And of course, it's so familiar because I felt a little bit adjacent to so much of the subject matter, but it's 18 chapters. It's an impressive piece of work, 263 or so pages. You've written a hell of a book, and I don't say that lightly.
Like, listen, I consider myself like an average to decent reader. you can't read a book of, roughly 300 pages, technically less, is like he said like 260 in the clip, and like less than 2 hours. Unless that font is really big, the words are like super super easy. Because technically, like I did read Milking Farm, because that fucking old man, uh, made me. I read that in like 3.5 hours, I believe, roughly along those lines, 3.5 to 4 hours, I think, give or take. And that was like, oh, I have it over here. I have it over there. Give me one sec. It is dun 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 dun. I also include little like it has a snippet at the very end, that is about like the next book. So I also read that too, just out of curiosity. But the book itself is like 241 pages roughly. So yeah, and then this has a very big font and has the word cock every other page. Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt for someone who's dyslexic and can't fucking read on this. Milking Farm. Yes, for those who don't know, I am friends with Arch Warhammer, Archcast, whatever you want to call him these days, and just like the old man that he is, he forces you girls that are half his age to read smut books for his own entertainment, and that's exactly what happened to me. So I had the book, unfortunately. We're gonna be reading the third book here relatively soon, and I'm not excited about that. So he had AI summarize it for him, and he true, true. So, but I mean, he's a politician, so he's gonna be lying through his teeth. Like this isn't really big, right? He's just trying to sound impressive and cool to whoever these people are, and then for these people in the crowd, he's trying to be like, "I'm just like you, my fellow retarded black kids." Oh, and right here, and now because he realized how bad it looks and how the right's like, "Oh, you're the real racist myself." Um, and he's just like, you didn't give a shit about the President of the United States of America posting an 8 video of President Obama are calling African nations shitholes. But you're gonna call me a racist for talking about my lifelong struggle with dyslexia? Spare me your fake fucking outrage, Sean. And it's like, okay, but there's a different context here. Like, personally, I thought it was funny as fuck that Obamas were, uh, posted at apes in that one video there. And I guess you could technically kind of make the argument that it was racist because you could have made them like any other animal, technically. But it was all the Democrats that were depicted as grotesque animals, like that one, like warlock the destroyer bitch that the Democrats was like, this is gonna be our ambassador to young men, and she constantly talks about how young men are like awful people. Meanwhile, she's like 300 plus some pounds, right? She was depicted as a pig. I wonder why she's depicted as a pig. Out of curiosity here. So like all of them were depicted as animals to make fun of them. In that case, so it wasn't like inherently racist and those regards, technically. Though the fact that they did see it as racist shows that they're racist. But then again, I am racist and I did see it as racist to a certain degree because I thought that was funny that they're depicted as apes. So, it's a horseshoe theory, once again. However, the difference is here is that the Democrats are trying to be like, no, we're not actually racist. We want to give black people Gibbs and all the white all the white taxpayers' money right here. We're trying to lift the black people up. And so therefore they're not dumb and retarded, even though we think they're dumb and retarded. There's a different stance. Republicans don't think that way. Not like this. They just think that black people are just stuck in the Democrat plantation and need to be liberated. Meanwhile, I'm just like, no, they can stay in the plantation. They can stay there. I want nothing to do with them personally myself, but I don't consider myself a Republican. In those cases. So like it's a different context here. It's a different story. But he's trying to spin it to be something different. Newsom 2028 merch. I can't read. This is absolutely peak. This is one of those cases where I just buy it just for the sake of the lulz. Just for the meme. Here, and of course he's just like, it's absolutely vile how MAGA is using Governor Newsom's dyslexia to mock black people. It's racist. It's cruel. It's who they are. No, it's Newsom, your guy, because it's only his press office here. It's your guy here saying that. Yeah, by the way, I'm just like you fellow kids. I'm just retarded and illiterate as you are. Being a 960. And he even brought up the 940 stat. Like, come on! Come on here. You guys are well aware of what's actually happening at this point in time. But you're trying to deflect and save yourself because you're just like, yeah, no, he fucked up. And this is the man that they're probably going to be running for 2028. And then he comes out today talking about trannies as well. Governor Gavin Newsom says the Democrat Party needs to be more culturally normal and focus less on things like pronouns.
No doubt that the Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal. I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics. More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of electricity bills and child care costs and health care and obviously housing costs, and how easily we get trapped in that, how I've fallen prey to that. I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand this from both on the receiving end of this and on the no doubt.
Okay, I kind of froze there for a second. But I like how he's just admitting this. That they need to moderate themselves if they're going to be winning anywhere and close to succeeding in 2028. And he's technically right. Like, if he wants to actually appeal to the normies again, they do need to be normal. But like he says, more culturally normal, not worry about pronouns, and then actually talk about the issues at hand that most regular people are caring about, like their bills. Everything he said is completely true. But I like how at the very end he's like, yeah, I did. I was talking about these too. Yeah, I was at the forefront when it comes to like marriage equality and things like that. And I know like it's yeah it's a real shame that I did that in the first place here. So, which I can totally see some leftists like lashing out on him. Because the thing about being on the left is that you can have a different opinions on how you want to run the economy, technically, right? A lot of them are socialist and communist at the end of the day, but you can have different opinions on the economics. You can have different opinions on how childcare works, or taxes and different things like that. I guess it's more economic again. But culturally, I guess there's really only two sides of politics: is economics and cultural. If you want to boil it down to the bare minimum there. But culturally, if you go against the gays, if you go against trannies, if you go against women in any way, shape, or form, if you go against the poor brown, you get immediately cast out and thrown to the wayside and considered a racist, sexist, Islamophobic, whatever ist and ob they're gonna be throwing at you possibly for this, because that's what they truly care about. They truly care about more about the quote unquote minority, the degenerates, the worst of the worst of scum society, more than actual economic policy that affects the day-to-day consumer and regular person. And so because he's actually going against this now, I'm curious to see how it's gonna work. I mean, they're probably gonna force the vote for him just because he's blue, kind of like we did with Biden. Because I know a lot of them didn't like Biden, when he was running back in 2020, but they voted for him anyway because blue, no matter who. Probably gonna be the same thing with Newsom in this case, just because it's like, okay, if Newsom's on the ballot against JD Vance, and you have nobody else to choose from because Bernie Sanders dead in the ditch, they're going to be voting for Newsom regardless of the case, so they have literally no other choice. Which is kind of the same case of the Republicans here, at least on my side of the aisle here. when it comes to JD Vance. Like, I actually like him a lot for different things, but I really hate the race mixing. That's a huge point of contention I have with him, actually. Well, I'm not gonna vote for Newsom. I'm not gonna vote for the guy who's gonna open the borders and let even more Browns in. I'm not gonna vote for the guy that's gonna let the trannies shoot up the place all the fucking time and Antifa run free like the fucking Mexican cartels. I'm not gonna vote for the guy who's gonna make everything worse. I'd rather have the guy who's gonna fix things slightly as we push for the rightwards until we get to the person who will eventually actually fix things properly, like Rupert Lowe's doing in Britain. You know, that kind of thing. But he, like I said, he's monitoring himself for 2028. So to try to capture the normies again that were disaffected and did lose their interest in the Democratic Party because they went so extreme on the cultural issues in this case. I don't think it's gonna really work for him, but we still have like 2 years left, 2.5 years. So we'll just have to wait and see how much things change here. There we go. Sorry about that. But that chance that the Vance sells out the entire country to India, like Texas has been, is such a risk. Can't ever vote for Vance. The Newsom would do the exact same thing. The Democrats support H-1Bs. They just don't talk about it because to them it's no different than the blacks or the gays, right? Anyone who is not a white straight male falls under their umbrella, and they want import and create more of to worsen society as best as possible. And so they will continue the H-1B program. They'll probably actually expand it too. Because to them, Indians are just in our brown slave class that they can add in to lower the fertility and birth rates of whites, to disaffect them, to give them less jobs, and to make them go extinct. Like, the left is going to do the exact same thing. At least when it comes to the right, and this doesn't make me very happy, but it's the lesser of two evils. Like, yeah, they're still going to do the H-1B bullshit, which I hate with a burning passion, but they're going to stop the border. I like at least like one place is plugged in those cases, because right now we have the amount of border crossings in recent history far less than Biden by a long shot. Though that's easy one in those cases, and they're still actively using ICE and deporting people, which is more than the Biden administration do. I think Gavin Newsom's going to deport anybody. The only people he's going to deport are going to be the anti-Semites, which obviously Trump might do too. But like, he's just gonna make things worse. He's gonna let all the Browns in versus Republicans are gonna just let some of the Browns. Either way, they're still brown, but I'd rather have some Browns than all of the Browns. There's a difference. The SAVE Act will have more effect on an election like this. Well, yeah, like the Republicans are at least trying to push for that because it's all the blue states, including Gavin Newsom, California, where they don't have any voting ID whatsoever, and they just let everyone and their mother vote. Just free for all. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't want that to be spreading to the rest of the United States because they would probably do the anti-SAVE Act more than likely. In those cases, like I said, I don't really like the current state of Republicans. I don't like Indians and H-1Bs, but I also don't like Mexicans or blacks or gays or trannies or women or really anybody at this point in time that's currently in America. 50 Shades of Brown. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Amalgamyte for president, the best choice of independent kind of person, the weeb's choice? No. I don't want to become president. I don't think women should be in political places of power. I would almost go as far as to say that women shouldn't be in politics in general. Actually, I do believe that. I'm just hypocritical when I do say that, obviously. But I definitely don't think women should be in positions of power. Fuck that shit. Get the white straight male in. That's not a fucking commie like Newsom is. So. No, thank you. Thank you, Sexian, for celebrating your subby bubby for 6 months in a row. Thank you. La Creatura. Yes, I am the La Creatura. And then I know there's another subby bubby celebration. that I missed here. Armando, thank you. Thank you, my local Mexican. Or one of my local Mexicans, because like every single far right server, it's filled with gays and Nazis, and browns. Celebrating your 7 month, Bubby Bubby. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Ugh. Anyway, so that's it from the Newsom topic here. I just thought it was funny how he's just trying to pivot, trying to get himself ready for 2028, and be just as racist as they always are. Because I mean, I'm down for racism, but it's just ironic coming from them. But let's actually get to today's main topic of Mexico. Mexico here. Now, Mexican politics are not my forte, okay? I'm American. I like burgers, eagles, and American flag. You know, ye my haws. All that fun stuff. So I don't really know that much about Mexico other than it's completely run by the cartels. Like, the government, there's no existing government there. It's just the cartels. I know there's Shine Bomb, the very clearly Mexican woman with a massive schnoz. That if you were to draw her accurately, you'd be thrown away for anti-Semitism. But there, I know some people say that she's the one who controls the cartels, but I could definitely see that, seeing that she is a Shine Bomb. But regardless, the cartels basically control Mexico. I feel like that's like a well-known fact at this point here. And here's a little map of the different cartel gangs that do control Mexico. I'm kind of curious why there's some blank spots. I'm pretty sure I've seen a map before where it's actually a lot much bigger, where every single part of the map of Mexico is actually filled with some sort of gang in some way, shape, or form. But then again, they're cartels, so who knows what their actual borders really are to the dumb American here. We got like Los Chapitos, Cartel Independiente de Sonora, La Line, Cartel de Noreste, Biltra and Olivia, La Meaza, Los Maestros, Zetas Veja Escuela, Cartel de Golfo, Los Almines, Los Arroyos Tampico, La Beredora, La Maiza, Los Adoros, Gueros Unidos, Los Rojos, Los Tacos, Nuya Familia, Michoacana, Caballeros Templarios, Carteles Unidos, CSLR. There's the one thing I can't pronounce here. CSRL here. And then the big one, CGNG, which apparently is the cartel that's all the rage the past day here. Now, as you can tell, I am a very fluent Spanish speaker. I took French in high school, which is close enough, right? I don't like the Sloppinish. I have very strong biases against the Sloppinish here. Oh, so I if I mispronounce anything, don't be surprised. I'm American. I speak English. Suck my dick. Oh. But yesterday, there has been fighting with the Mexican military forces and narco-terrorist cartels after a major drug overlord killed in joint operation with the United States. All Americans across Mexico are ordered to shelter in place. Major battles are being fought everywhere as soldiers and police are targeted by cartel militants. And supposedly this is a map of like different accidents and fires and different things that are happening in Mexico. Now I should do like a fair warning, a trigger warning here. I'm not exactly sure what's completely accurate because once again, there's going to be some videos. Anytime there's any major event in a foreign country, there's a lot of people who post so much of different videos that claim they're from that country. But sometimes it's not actually from that country. Sometimes it's actually older video. It's kind of hard to tell when it comes to ambulance chasing for these different events. What's actually accurate when it comes to these different things when you yourself are the foreigner, right? But this map does line up with this map, seeing that it was CJNG that had their ringleader cut out. So That seems to align so far. A quick reminder before we get too deep in this. So, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, clearly Mexican, says using force against cartels violates their civil rights, and any talk of engaging in war with cartels is a right-wing talking point fueled by fascism. Now, going back to the whole ambulance chasing, this video actually came out last year, back in like November roughly. So this is an old video. But I figured I'd play it just so you have an idea of how the Mexican president actually feels about these cartels and why these things were allowed to happen in the first place here.
Regresar a la guerra contra el narco no es
Oh, that's right, she speaks to Slopinish. What a shock. The Slopinish leader speaks to Slopinish. Okay, hold on. Let me translate here. The returning to the wars against the narco is not an option.
No
It's not
es
an option. First, because it is outside the framework of the law. All these right wing that fill their mouths of words of rule of law and defend the war against the narco. The war against the narco is outside the law because, as I said or have said, on special occasions it is permission to kill without any trial. And that in Mexico, nobody or very few are in agreement. It is outside the framework of law, and secondly, did not serve any purpose other than to increase homicides in Mexico and the level of violence. So these are called authoritarian because they are authoritarian. It's going towards fascism. I don't even know what to say in this case. Like, once again, should I pull up this map that may or not be 100% accurate, but close to fucking enough, that shows how much the cartels control Mexico here? And when Sheinbaum became president, God, how many? One of the Mexicans in checks. I know I have too many of you. How many people died before she became president? Like there was like 30 some or 40 some people that died in the process of her becoming president. Because she also runs she runs the cartels herself, being the very clearly Miss Scheinbaum being very clearly Mexican herself. It was a ridiculous amount of people that just dropped dead. I think like 42 LMAO. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was around 32 to 33. It was 37, but they weren't all running for president, I think. Boog. Okay, there we go. Speaking of too many Mexicans in my chat, 60 plus. Okay, so obviously, okay, chat's going with different numbers. I'm gonna be trusting the local Mexican here, saying that it's like around 60. Now, I'm sure not all of them are actually running for president themselves, but the fact that when you have a presidential election, that during the process, 60 people roughly die. I don't really think, court of law, fascism, authoritarian. I don't think that really applies. Those doesn't really apply anymore because, I think you're partaking in something illicit yourself. And when the cartels run the whole entire country, and they're literally starting war on a daily basis and drugging the populace and raping and killing, and then bringing it over to the United States, um, I think that is literally war at that point, and you have all rights to go after them, Bukele style. Like, who cares? Who fucking cares? Who needs court of law when these people have actual real military gear? Okay? So once again, okay, this is a great assault. Can't actually verify this myself. But apparently this isn't the Mexican army. These are special forces of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. Why does a cartel have these specifically labeled? Yeah, here's the CNG. There we go. That's one of the cartels here. CNG. Why does cartel have armored vehicles with lights and big guns and tactical gear and everything like that? Well, why does it have is they're basically their own military. Like, they are the military at this point. Because they bought it off Temu or from China. I don't think this is Temu or China. This isn't the first time the cartels have been caught with high-class military gear. Keep in mind, they make a ton of money, and they basically run the country themselves. They basically are the military themselves. So, like, they have all this equipment from buying it probably off the black market, but like, who fucking cares? They clearly have the access to it because when you're gonna do illegal things, you're gonna be breaking the law on every single scale, right? Like, look how long this line goes here. Like they have a ton of money and they're very well infiltrated within the Mexican government. This isn't cheap tempo fucking bullshit. This is high class fucking shit. Now, do I obviously know specific military gear myself? No, I'm a dumb woman. But a dumb woman can recognize, yeah, this looks dangerous. This looks bad. It's corruption. Many of them have ties to the army with bribes and can buy uniforms with them. See? See? So, they're kind of tripped out, though, but that's kind of the problem here. That's all DIY, up armor, suspension, etc. upgrades. They're still getting them from somewhere, though, and they still look like they're a force to be reckoned with, and they can still do a lot of fucking damage. And then the Mexican president's like, yeah, we're not gonna engage in war with them. That's fascism. That's fascism. It's fine here. And no offense to my Amerikanskis, my fellow Amerikanskis, but I'm gonna trust the local Mexican in the chat. With how he says these kind of works, just because of the fact that he actually lives in Mexico and probably has to deal with them. I imagine he probably has to give like 25% of his wages every week to the cartels to survive. Looks like they're having fun though. I mean, who wouldn't? Who would be having fun if you had that much fucking gear and weapons on you? So because of the clashes and war that's happening in Mexico, the official travel government agency of the United States posted an update saying that due to ongoing widespread security operations and related road blockages of criminal activity in many areas of Mexico, U.S. citizens should shelter in place until further notice. Roadblocks have impacted airline operations, with some domestic and international flights canceled at both Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Taxis/rideshares are suspended in Puerto Vallarta. Seek shelter and remain in residence or hotels. More info and full list of impacted areas from the fucking U.S. Embassy here. Clearly, I need to take a vacation to Mexico. But that's my goal right now. I saw a lot of meme tweets being like, yeah, you know, this is the best time to book your vacation in Mexico now because things are like 50% off. Blue, mind if I show you a video how these military fights these gangs, at least from 5 years ago? Sure. That's fine with me. Since I know you're not actually Mexican, but you're still some sort of Softmanish descent. No offense, Blue. You're it's okay. You're token. You're one of my tokens. How about you want to come back and be sold into grape slavery? That would be hot if it wasn't brown. Oh my god, what's this? So, Blue said this is... What was it? How the military fights these gangs? Okay, so this is apparently how the military fights these cartel gangs here. I don't know what the Softmanish says. Del Noreste. It sounds familiar from one of the gangs on the map. See, Cartel de Noreste. So it's probably in this territory here. What is he doing? I mean, it's a pretty low quality video. Yeah, I can't raise the quality. What is he even shooting at? Wait. Okay, so they're on the street now? Are they having like warfare on the street just in the middle of the fucking night? They're shooting at cars. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm too white for this. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm glad that I'm too white for this shit. Just like I can't imagine the military just at 3 a.m. shooting cars on the fucking highway. It's like a regular fucking day. Is this like for Mexicans how we deal with blacks here? Right? You know, you live in a big city and you're used to all the sirens and ambulances running around, and every once in a while you hear gunshots. Especially if you live in a more diverse area, you hear them a lot more, right? Is this like the equivalent for the Mexicans? Ja, but el pito, we Spanish.
No, güey, ya no agarré la troca, ya no aquí, que aquí quisimos doblar, pero nomás le tiré de este lado, güey. Aquí no pasamos las dos.
Fake language.
Acá no pasamos las dos, güey, no mames. Yo ya también, me acabé la cinta, pay. ¿Por qué no lo cerraste ahorita que estaban ahí? Es que nosotros hubiera cerrado ahorita.
I have no clue what's happening. I'm assuming the military are talking to each other at the very end about what the situation is, but why is this the most replayed? Is it because you can actually see the cars in this? 3 a.m. drive-by shootings on the Mexican military, it's fine. That's how you know they're Mexican. That's a 2020 confrontation. Yeah, I know. I should have probably reinforced this. But my mod Blue is some sort of sloppiness descent himself, though not Mexican. I think like Argentinian or Chilean. No, you're Chilean, aren't you? Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry, Blue. You're just brown in my eyes. And he linked me this video to watch about how the Mexican military deals with cartels in general. So doesn't know the race of her own mods. Listen, they're all brown to me. They're all Indians. They're all H1Bs. I'm not even joking. Literally, their role in the Discord server is called H1B. Okay, they're hired mercenaries and help. Thank you, the Malcontent, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. I know a video where you will enjoy. Angry cops US may allow citizens to hunt cartels. Maybe that'd be kind of funny. Oh, and thank you, Huntington Montgomery Everett Co. for becoming a Diddy Blood. Thank you here. Don't call me Argentinian or I'll rape you. Too bad you're not. Too bad you're too brown for that to be hot. We need white rape threats here. So I call the army of two guys. We have a job for that one guy from A Christmas Story. I don't understand that reference. I'm sorry. God damn it, Boog! Stop speaking sloppiness in my chats. English only here. Anyways. Where was I fucking at? Oh yeah, I was going to read possibly the embassy thing. How long is this thing? Oh, okay, that's not too long. It's not too long. What does the U.S. Embassy have to say about the matter at hand? Security alert update. Ongoing security operations in U.S. Mission Mexico, February 2026. So yesterday. Excuse me. Occasions widespread, including Jalisco State, including Puerto Vallarta, Chapala, and Guadalajara. Baja California State, including Tijuana, Decatur, and Ensenada. God, why is your language like this? Quintana Roo State, including Cancun. That's the only one I can actually say. Cancun. Easy. Cancun. Including Cozumel, Playa del Carmen, and Tulum. And areas of Guanajuato, Guerrero, Michoacan, Oaxaca, Nuevo Leon, and Tamaulipas states. So basically, the entire Mexico is what I'm hearing. Like that. There's so many locations that I don't know where they're at. So just avoid Mexico. However, apparently it's 50% off your travel agency if you want to book right now for a vacation here. Event. Due to ongoing security operations and related road blockages and criminal activity, U.S. citizens and named locations should shelter in place until further notice. All U.S. government staff at Consulate General Tijuana and all U.S. government staff in Guerrero, and Quintana Roo states have been directed and shelter in place. All U.S. government staff and Consulate General Monterrey have been directed to remain in the Monterrey metropolitan area. While no airports have been closed, roadblocks have impacted airline operations. Some domestic and international flights canceled in both Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. All taxis and rideshares suspended in Puerto Vallarta. Some businesses have suspended operations. I imagine they all do. Actions to take. Seek shelter and minimize unnecessary movements. Remain in your residence or hotels. Avoid areas around law enforcement activity. Be aware of your surroundings. Monitor local media for updates. Follow directions of local authorities in case of emergency. Call 911. They have 911 in Mexico. I know I have that in Canada. I learned that recently. Apparently, is it the same in Mexico? Avoid crowds. Yes, avoid the Browns. Keep family and friends advised your location and well-being via phone, text, and social media. Yeah, you go outside, you're probably dead. Thank you, Enjoy Yourself, for the $2. Oh my god. We have more Mexicans in chat. It's pesos! The war on cartels bit has more context, by the way. Oh, you're talking about the... I was like, what do you... Oh, you're talking about the Shine Bond clip there. I mean, that was back in, like, November last year, if I remember correctly, that clip. But... I mean, obviously it's a clip, so lots of things get taken out of context in some ways and shape or form. But if this is accurate, if this translation is what she's saying is accurate, because again, I don't understand the sloppiness here, so I'm just gonna be trusting the captions. I don't know how much context is really needed in this case to be like, yes, we cannot actually go after cartels because that's fascism, and we need to actually try the court of law. No, just hang them, shoot them. I don't fucking care. Bukele style them. If they have a tattoo, throw them in the fucking prison. Like, that's my mentality. So, I want the same thing in the United States too, by the way. But maybe I'm a little bit of a fascist myself in those cases, because I don't like criminals! The translation's pretty solid. Okay, good. That's nice to know. No, that's not it. Oh. Well, my apologies then. Thank you, Vlad and Paler, for the raid over on Rumble. Thank you. Mods, if you could shout it out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. We're being racist to Mexicans. They deserve it. So, 911 is famous default emergency services in many countries. Okay. The thing is, I know the British number for emergency is different. And so I just figured each country had a different emergency number for them. It wasn't until recently. More countries have that here. So. What's the next tab? So, but this lady claims that she is currently in Mexico herself on vacation because lots of snowbirds, since it gets really cold in America, at least up north, where there's mostly white people, like to spend their money and go down to Mexico for some reason. I've never been to Mexico. I will pass going to Mexico, frankly, myself. I don't want to be kidnapped by the cartels and sold into gang rape slavery or anything like that. I'm content. I like to travel. I like to explore. But the less browns, the better. It's not worth it. If I want to deal with browns and warm weather that makes me want to kill myself, Florida. At least it's still in the United States here. Well, let's listen to this lady and see what she has to say.
Reporting live from Mexico, about 25 minutes from Puerto Vallarta, where there's a massive cartel war happening right now. Last night, one of the biggest cartel bosses was captured. There was a 10 million bounty on his head.
Hold on, I want to read this. Reward of up to 10 million. Jesus Christ. For information leading to the arrest of Nemiso Ruben Osiguro Cervantes El Mincho. Mexican authorities confirmed killing of CNG leader El Mincho and Jalisco raid. El Mincho, 59, led the violent Jalisco new generation cartel, expanding its fentanyl trade, extortion, and assassination across Mexico and into the United States. His death prompted immediate CJNG retaliation with burning vehicles, roadblocks in 7 states, and chaos at Guadalajara Airport and Puerto Vallarta tourist spots strange travelers. Jalisco's governor activated a code of red alert, urging people indoors, as expert warned of potential power struggles or rival escalation ahead.
Now, Puerto Vallarta is on fire. The airport is shut down. All local businesses and transportation shut down. And along the highway, all the way from Puerto Vallarta, there's one major highway from there to all the little towns. Along the highway, buses, transports, Ubers, taxis are all being lit on fire on the highway. So we have been told not to leave. We're safe at our condo. I will report back with more information.
Oh, I muted myself. Sorry. I was blowing my nose whilst the lady was talking, and I was saying that looks safe and wholesome and happy to me. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is at all here. Uh, I do kind of feel bad for the Americans and tourists in general stuck in Mexico while this is happening. Kind of is the key word, because I'm just like, it's Mexico. Everybody knows it's a shithole. Like, I don't know. Maybe I've just been so political brain, but I'm just like, okay, I don't care if it's cheap, it's tropical, and it's nice. When the touristy areas, it's still Mexico. You still have to deal with the Browns, and you know the cartels run the place again. In this case, like, basically any day it runs the risk of this happening. It just happened today because of the leader being killed. So like, it's just not worth it. Once again, if you want similar, environment where you had the Browns in the tropical paradise, just go to Florida. You get the same. I mean, I guess it's more expensive, but you still are a little bit safer. Like, thank you, and enjoy yourself for the $5 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The war on cartels refers to what Calderon, 2006 president, did, which led a spike of deaths to the right. He refers to as a party pan-right Orthodox party. I don't know any about that stuff because it's Mexico and I'm American. I just avoid Mexico. I mean, I could definitely okay. To take it more seriously, obviously going to war with the cartels, I could definitely see that being bloody and a hot fucking mess if they have this kind of gear. It's not the first video or first thing I've seen where the cartels have like military level gear. I know. I think it was last year. Because I know Arch and Sargon covered it on their Stanford Bridge podcast about the Mexican cartels and some sort of thing that the U.S. did with them and the gear that we captured. And it was once again like military level there too. So like, if they actually did have war with the cartels, I can definitely see that being a bloody hot fucking mess. But ideally, the government would win and the cartels would be wiped out, and then there'd be era of peace. Like, it's one of those things where you have to take a sacrifice, you gotta take the hit for. to have a better country than letting it just be rampantly overrun by cartels. So that's my opinion here. Personally, he just announced one day he's gonna roll the military in the streets. I don't know, sounds pretty base to me. Like I get that might be considered illegal based off whatever Mexican constitution it is, but cartels are pretty illegal themselves, and I'm not someone who is loyal to a piece of paper when the piece of paper gets torn to shreds and burnt on a daily basis. Like what's the point of a piece of paper that enshrines all these morals and rights in it if they get trampled on by the government themselves and they don't actually uphold it and they're deeply corrupted and embedded with the cartels themselves? Like I don't care at that point. That's not actual like good, liberal Western government. That's just that's just a hot mess. That's there's no government there whatsoever. Like I'm not gonna respect that. Just go in with the right amount of force that's needed, and maybe a little bit more just to be for the safe side of things, and handle the problem. And then you can build a functional country. The argument of there's a very minor threat, so everything that happened to you is deserved. Really disagree with that one. Where are you getting that from? And curiosity here. Unless you guys are having a debate in chat and I missed something. I don't consider the cartels to be a very minor threat when they control the entirety of Mexico and are well-known drug and, child smugglers and kill people on a daily basis, extort people, come to America and bring that culture there. Keep in mind we have like 20 to 25% of Mexicans living in America right now. I know they're fleeing, quote unquote, the cartels, but we also have a huge cartel problems in America because of that. Yeah, I don't think that's a minor threat. I think it just needs a full force of the law and some extra tanks to be very, very, extra sure about that. That's not a minor threat. That's his own fucking military once again. National threat there. Hmm. Now, Laura Loomer made a post on Twitter saying that after the U.S. eliminated a top cartel leader in Mexico today, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, has retaliated by storming the Guadalajara airport with armed gunmen. They're now taking American tourists hostage at nearby highways and hotels. However, the embassy in Mexico and the United States reposted this saying fake news. This post is false. The military operation in Taupala, Jalisco, aimed at capturing Ruben N. Elias Mencho, was planned and executed by Mexican Special Forces. The action was carried out within the framework of bilateral cooperation, with U.S. authorities providing complementary intelligence. Mexican National Guard and Army troops are currently reinforcing security in Jalisco and neighboring states to maintain order. So, I'm gonna take it as the airport is not being stormed with armed gunmen then. This is a fact-checked fake news. However, as someone says in chat, there's a video of the airport being taken here. So, is they trying to say that, like, if there is actual video of the airport being taken, it's actually accurate. Like, it's actually happening here. Because that's the problem with a lot of these foreign current events and ambulance chasing, is that lots of videos get passed around as being real, but they're older or from a different country altogether. Because, unless they're trying to say that unless they're saying that the U.S. eliminating the top cartel leader is the fake news part. We get a little typo there, Laura Loomer, nice. Because it's the Mexicans authorities that did it instead. Is that what they're saying is fake news? Because they didn't really say anything about the airport themselves. I feel like this is like a political fact check, right? Where like it's mostly false or mostly true. Where like it actually is true, but there's one small factor there that's not completely correct. And so therefore the whole entire thing is false, right? So like, yeah, the airport was being stormed and all this other fun stuff, and the cartel leader is actually dead, and the US did help, but it's the Mexicans that did the main work of this here. So that never happened. It was a video from another country presented as Mexico. Okay. That's the one of the things that that's bad about these different events, like I said. American military tipped Mexico and Mexico followed through. But for them, we're actually doing something about it. Because the one thing I am surprised about this whole situation is the fact that the Mexican government did anything in general towards the cartels. My understanding is that they're happy to let the cartels run a little bit free. So unless Trump's putting pressure on Mexico, being like, yeah, you need to actually do something about this. So I know Trump's been kind of talking big about that things. So maybe he's finally being like, yeah, so here's the tip. This is where this guy is at. You probably should knock him out. If you don't knock it out, we're gonna have some big problems. We'll add more tariffs on you or something like that. So the Mexico, like the good little guys that they are, followed through. Here we go. We have our Caroline Leavitt, our press secretary herself. Thank God it's not Pam Bondi talking about this slow. The United States provided intelligence support to the Mexican government in order to assist in operational in Jalisco. Is it Jalisco or is it Jalisco? Because, like, I thought J in, like, Mexican and Spanish is, like, soft. You don't, like, use, like a Y instead. But, like, it's the first letter in the word. So I'm just, like, I'm not exactly sure. Once again, I don't speak the slop. It's like Jalisco. Mexico. And which Nimuso El Mencho Osigura Cervantes, an infamous drug lord and leader within the Jalisco, a new generation cartel, was eliminated. El Mencho was a top target for Mexican and United States government as one of the top traffickers of fentanyl into their homeland. Last year, President Trump rightfully designated the Jalisco new generation cartel as a foreign terrorist organization based. Because that's exactly what it is. In this operation, 3 additional cartel members were killed, 3 were wounded, and 2 were arrested. President Trump has been very clear. The United States will ensure narco-terrorists sending deadly drugs to our homeland are forced to take the wrath of justice they have long deserved. The Trump administration also commends and thanks the Mexican military for their cooperation and successful execution of this operation. So, we have an article here that she's quote tweeting that has some more details on the events. So let's actually read and see what really is going on in Down Under. Mexican army kills powerful Jalisco cartel leader as El Mencho. A lethal operation gives the Mexican government its biggest prize yet, show the Trump administration efforts. Good little goal. Mexico City AP. The Mexican army killed the leader of Jalisco New Generation Cartel, Inicio Ruben Osigura Cervantes El Mencho, on Sunday, decapitating what had become Mexico's most powerful cartel and giving the government its biggest prize yet to show the Trump administration its efforts. I want to give them head pats now. Osigura Cervantes was wounded in an operation that captured Sunday in Jalisco, about a 2-hour drive southwest of. Oh my God, Mexico! You're gonna kill me with these names. Guadalajara, and he died while being flown to Mexico City. The Defense Department said in a statement. State is the base of the cartel, known for trafficking huge quantities of fentanyl and other drugs in the United States. During the operation, troops came under fire and killed 4 people at the location. 3 more people, including Osiguro Cervantes, were wounded and later died, the statement said. 2 others were arrested in armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and other arms were seized. 3 members of the armed forces were wounded and received medical treatment. The U.S. Embassy in Mexico said on X the operation was carried out by Mexican Special Forces with a framework of bilateral cooperation with the U.S. authorities providing intelligence. Okay, so, like, I'm glad the guy is dead, because, you know, cartel's bad and he's the ringleader of it all. But, like, it's a massive cartel that controls a good chunk of Mexico, and there's other cartels in Mexico. Isn't somebody just gonna replace them instead? Because they have, like, huge hierarchy there. Like, and a bunch of respect for, like, different people. Who's the second in command? I think you're gonna need to do a little bit more than just cutting off. It's like a hydra, right? You cut off one head and 2 more grows out of it. I don't see him dying is gonna be solving the problem here. Like, regardless, I'm glad he's dead. And it's a pretty good hit. And it's better than nothing. But like, what's gonna happen next then? That's just my curiosity. Roadblocks and burning vehicles. The killing of the powerful drug lords set off several hours of roadblocks with burning vehicles in Jalisco and other states. Such tactics are commonly used by the cartels to block military operations. Jalisco canceled school in the state for Monday. Videos circulating on social media showed plumes of smoke billowing over the tourist city of Puerto Vallarta and Jalisco, people sprinting through the airport of the state's capital in panic. On Sunday afternoon, Air Canada announced it was suspending flights to Puerto Vallarta due to ongoing security situation and advised customers not to go to their airport. Oh, come on! Why not? It looks safe to me. Imagine how cheap everything is there now. Even cheaper than normal. And Guadalajara, the state capital, burning vehicles block roads. Mexico's second largest city is scheduled to host matches during the summer soccer World Cup. Yes. Let's host the World Cup in a place where there's cartels running and burning things down. That sounds like a great place to have this at. I know soccer is a very like a South American third world sport, so I guess it doesn't matter to them because even Brazil is gonna be just as bad, if not worse, anyways. But still, just a little bit funny. The U.S. State Department warned U.S. citizens in Jalisco, Tamaulipas, Michoacan, Guerrero, and Nuevo Leon states to remain in safe places during the ongoing security operation. Canada's embassy in Mexico warned its citizens in Puerto Vallarta to shelter in place and generally keep a low profile in Jalisco. Jalisco Governor Pablo Lima told residents to stay at home and suspend public transportation. U.S. has offered up to $15 million for his capture. Hot damn. The U.S. State Department offered a reward of $15 million for the information leading to the arrest of El Mencho, Jalisco New Generation Cartel known as CJNG. CJNG is one of the most powerful and fastest criminal organizations. It was born in 2009. In February, the Trump administration designated the cartel as a foreign terrorist organization. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, like her predecessor, has criticized the kingpin strategy of previous administrations that took out cartel leaders only to trigger explosions of violence as cartels fractured. While she has remained popular in Mexico, security is a persistent concern, and since U.S. President Donald Trump took office a year ago, she's been under tremendous pressure to show results against drug trafficking. Okay, so this must be what the guy in chat was talking about with taking care of like the leaders of it. Though frankly, I don't see that as fascism or authoritarianism like that one clip was talking about. But I can see where the problem lies. Even though you take out the leaders, somebody else will just take their place, and they'll scramble like rats, and doesn't actually solve the fucking problem here. So I'm assuming Trump told her she's got to do something or else. I know Trump's been ramping up about these different issues on hand because it does spill over to American soil very often. Interesting. On Sunday, Sheinbaum applauded Mexican security forces and called for a calm in a post on X. But the Jalisco state official who requested anonymity because they're not authorized to speak publicly said that a member of the National Guard died in Talpa during the operation. A jail guard was killed in lockup in Puerto Vallarta, and while prisoners rioted, an agent from Jalisco State Prosecutor's Office was killed in Guadalajara. Details were not immediately available. Known as the aggressive cartel, the Jalisco cartel has been one of the most aggressive cartels attacks on the military, including on helicopters, and is a pioneer in launching explosives from drones and installing mines. In 2020, it carried out spectacular assassination attempt with grenades and high-power rifles in Mexico City against the then head of the capital's police force and now federal security secretary. Once again, these cartels are basically like the military. They have military gear and can actually put up a decent fucking fight against at least the Mexican military here. Like, they are a force to be working with. I'm sure the United States military can probably stamp them out pretty easily. But that's beyond our jurisdiction, since that requires, crossing not state lines like Kyle Rittenhouse, but, foreign lines, a whole different country. Yeah, I don't think the EU or United Nations is going to like it if we actually did, invade Mexico again. The DEA considers the cartel to be as powerful as the Sinaloa cartel, one of Mexico's most infamous groups, with a presence in all 50 United States. Maybe we should invade Mexico. It's one of the main suppliers of cocaine to the United States market, and like the Sinaloa cartel, earns billions from the production of fentanyl and methamphetamines. Sinaloa, however, has been weakened by infighting after the loss of his leaders, Ismael El Mayo. I sure it's like Mayo, but I want to call him Mayo instead. Zambada and Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, both in U.S. custody. Oseguero Cervantes, 59, was originally from Aguililla. I give up. In the neighboring state of Michoacan. He's significantly involved in drug trafficking activities since the 1990s. When he was younger, he migrated to the United States, where he's convicted of conspiracy to distribute heroin in the United States District Court of the Southern District of California in 1994 and served nearly 3 years in prison. Once again, death penalty. Like, I bet he was probably there illegally. He was distributing heroin within California, United States. Why didn't we just give him the death penalty? Because personally, that's what I advocate for any illegals. If you come here illegally, death penalty, right? You're breaking a major federal law. You are basically an invader, a foreigner, coming here and leeching off our system and making everything fucking worse. And the vast majority of them do partake or cover up and even worse crimes like rape and drug trafficking and everything else in between. And even the ones that do come here illegally for find a better life and then, steal someone's social security number, and that's just identity fraud, they're still committing a crime there. Like, there's so many crimes they're committing, even beyond just coming here illegally. Just give them the death penalty. Like, you are a foreign invader. Die. You do it the Poland style, where you fucking shoot them at the border. Like, if they did it back then in California, God, this is not long after Reagan did his amnesty, so it's not that surprising. Fucking bullshit. But if they did that back in California, where you're like, okay, you're here illegally, you're distributing heroin in the United States, okay, die, we wouldn't have this problem. I mean, I'm sure there probably still will be a cartel in Mexico, or I should say cartels in general. There'll probably be, or a different cartel will be taking over the area that he's at. But hey, if we actually had a decent policy against illegals when they do this shit, then maybe we have less problems in the United States. And I wouldn't care about Mexico having cartels. Because the only reason why I care about Mexico having cartels in the first place is because they come in the United States and do this fucking shit. That's why I care about it. If Mexico wants to burn in hell and throw its country under the bus and ruin itself, I don't fucking care. It's Mexico. It's a foreign country. It's when it spills over to the United States I have a problem with it. Ugh! God, it pisses me off. Following his release from custody, Oseguero Cervantes returned to Mexico and re-engaged in drug trafficking activity with drug lord Flop Ignacio Coronel Villarreal, alias Nacho. Nacho? Did they really call himself Nacho? Okay, after Nacho's death, Oseguero Cervantes and Eric Valencia Salazar, alias L85, created the Jalisco New Generation Cartel around 2007. Initially, they worked for the Sinaloa Cartel, but eventually split and for use the two cartels to battle for territory across Mexico. Yeah, well, once again, cartels are a massive problem. Maybe we should just wipe them out. Indicted several times in the United States. 2017, Oseguero Cervantes has been indicted several times in the United States for District of Columbia. Why hasn't he died yet? I mean, I guess he died today or yesterday. But like, why didn't he die in 2017? The most recent superseding indictment filed on April 5th, 2022, charges Oseguero Cervantes with conspiracy and distribution of controlled substances, methamphetamine, cocaine, and fentanyl for purpose of legal importation to the United States and use of firearms during any connection with drug trafficking offenses. Oseguero Cervantes has also charged under Drug Kingpin Enforcement Act for directing and continuing criminal enterprise. Last year, people searching for missing relatives found piles of shoes in their clothing, as well as bone fragments at what authorities later said was Jalisco Cartel recruitment and training site. great and wonderful people here. I also choosing their clothing here. Yeah, once again, like, go in, just crush them. Like, it's not. Listen, I'm not one who likes to get involved in foreign countries. I don't like getting involved in foreign wars. I don't want any of that stuff. But if time bomb's not actually gonna take care of the cartels, send the tank. I know it's not as easy said and done. I know it's probably not the actual way, the proper solution for this stuff. But hey, a girl can dream. Okay, just anyway. I know I got behind in some super chats. My apologies. Thank you, Anxiety, for the $5 dues. Thank you. I had fun the first time here. I'm going to play basketball and touch grass with friends now. Hope you had a good stream, and I like your accent / voice. Well, thank you for stopping by. Thank you again for the $5 dues. I hope you have fun touching grass and playing basketball. Just watch out for the end walls since you are playing basketball. Glad you like my voice, because it's... I don't know, it's my voice, right? A lot of people are just like, yeah, you have a really nice voice, and I'm just like, I do? I don't know, it's weird to me. And it took a while for me to actually get adjusted to it, because I'm like, I don't like this thing. No. Does them all have an accent? It sounds bog standard to me. See, that's how I feel too. Like, but it's... Okay. So, fun fact about accents, chat. I know we're getting off the Mexican topic, but this is one of those little tidbits of information that I know that, like, I like to spew from time to time. United States, obviously, there's different accents and how big the country is. Everybody knows about the Southern accent, or the New York accent, or the Jersey accent, or the California girl accent, that type of deal. But when you're surrounded, when you live in your region that has a specific accent there, you get used to it because that's to you that's normal. So the people that live in that certain region that you're in, that's your normal voice, because that's the accent that you have as well. It's when you move and travel to a different place that you recognize other people's accents, and they'll recognize your accent too, because you're foreign in that region, and that's what we have in the United States as well. You know, obviously the British accent. Everyone has an accent. It's just if somebody doesn't have an accent to you, that means they're roughly within the same region that you currently live in. So, fun fact about that. I've had people tell me I have an accent from my local area, even in my same state, so I don't know really. I mean, if you're terminally online and listen to a lot of foreigner, you'll probably pick some stuff up. Like, I know especially when I was younger in high school, I picked up a lot of British words, slang, and typing quirks as well, because I watched so much Sargon of Akkad and like other British YouTubers in general. So and even some things I type, I do it the more of the British way as well. I've kind of stopped doing it to the same extent, but it was definitely there, because you basically, you know, engross yourself in that culture so much that you changed. Ball's picking up the Swedish accent from Arch. That's the crazy thing about Arch, in my opinion, is that he doesn't actually have that strong of an accent in my eyes, or my ears, I should say. Like, it's kind of there, especially when he rolls his R's and things like that. But to me, he's got a very just like basic bitch American, like Midwest-ish. Like, it's still kind of there, obviously, but like it's not very strong. His older videos, it was definitely a lot stronger. But nowadays, he's you know, very Americanized, I would say. Anyways, going back to Mexico again before my little like tism about accents here. Supposedly this is a video of what Puerto Vallarta is at the moment. Got plenty of smoke in the skies. Lots of white tourists just meandering around. Like, it's fine. City's burning, but it's fine. Actually looks really nice, but you know, it is a touristy spot, so To be expected. Here's a picture of it as well. You know, another day that ends in Y in Mexico. And here's another video that has combined a bunch of different videos together. In case you need a reminder why border security is important and why we shouldn't allow 10 million people to come across the border unvetted. This is Mexico right now. Let me actually play this video properly. But one thing I really like about shithole countries like Mexico, I should say really like, but one thing I just find fascinating about them. So here's Costco, right? And it's a nice new building, parking lot, the roads look nice, palm trees and stuff like that. Very American. Like, this looks like every fucking Costco you see in America here, right? So, in that case, but then once you get past the business side of things, you go to the more civilian, you know, plebeian, it's just dirt. Broken down buildings. Looks like shit. I saw a different angle of this video. I don't have it pulled up, but like it's more like over here and just dirt everywhere. It looks like shit. It's just nice American fancy building, parking lot, nice palm trees, dirt, and dog shit. Oh god, that's fucking loud as shit. So anyway, I'm not sure if every single video is actually happening in Mexico. I mean, this is a officially gold American account funded by Elon Musk himself. So, you know, take some of these videos with a grain of salt because we can't actually verify if it's actually happening in Mexico. But if this is, yeah, not that surprising. Just another day in Mexico. Like Antifa, except brown. Because actually, no. Antifa is mostly white. So, I'll skip this part. Doesn't really matter. Here is Cartel Mexico members in Mexico take over gas station set on fire. One thing that I find really interesting about the cartels here, I not to defend the cartels, right? But they show up, guns blazing, just a normal person, just, you know, trying to get their gas here. What's this fucking music? Okay, we're not doing that music. That's gay. Roll up, guns out. They don't actually shoot anybody, just pointed them at them. And they meanwhile he's getting the gas out. Spilling it everywhere. I don't know what they did to this lady. Did they like steal her wallet or they just let her like it doesn't really look like they did much to her. Other than just point the gun and scare. I say her, but it could be a man. I just kind of assume it's a woman for some reason. But like, they just let her drive away, right? And then they spill the gas all over the place. And then they light on fire. So at least they had the decency to let whoever the civilian is drive away. And this guy too. Before setting the place on fire. I don't... It's just, I don't know. Like, I know the cartels are actually really evil to civilians and kidnap people and sell them off and use them as drug mules and stuff like that. But it's just so, I don't know. It's just like a complete contrast of like everything else you hear about the cartels, right? And then it's like, yeah, we're gonna let the civilians go away. You know, we're just gonna burn the gas station down for some reason. I don't know why we're burning down a gas station, but we are today. But we're gonna let the civilians go. They were very nice because usually they only ask once and then open fire. Interesting. Yeah, the point wasn't going after civilians. The military took the cartel by surprise, so they wanted to use scare tactics and distraction, but they had no plan. Interesting. Interesting. complaining about because one of their heads was cut off, I guess. But like, they can still flail around and kill civilians. So I'm not saying. Okay, I'm just wrong, wrong phrasing there, right? But like, from a cartel that likes to kidnap and kill people on a regular basis, I would figure that when they're trying to burn down a gas station, they wouldn't care about the civilians there. They would shoot them anyways, and they would like and shoot the person in the car, or at least let the car blow up when they light the stuff on fire. Like, I figure they wouldn't care about stuff even they are filling around because they're amoral. They not even amoral. They're just like evil devils themselves that do awful, horrendous things, right? Like, I wouldn't expect kindness from them even if flailing around. They don't like going after civilians too much because a lot of civilians are family of cartel members. Oh. Wow. I mean, the sad thing is that makes a lot of sense, and I'm like, wow, how could I forget that the cartel, who literally runs the entire country, right? And everyone's involved with it. They don't actually like going after civilians because they're family members versus civilians do. I've heard the cartel doesn't actually like going after tourist spots either because they they make actually decent amount of money for their country. Like, they're weirdly patriotic. It's I mean, a lot of people say the cartels are the government, and I believe that personally myself. But it's so strange how they are the government and act actually benevolent in a lot of ways to the civilians, but are so evil and horrendous at the same time. It's just it's such a contradiction, a juxtaposition that I just fascinates me. It fascinates me a lot. But maybe I'm too white. Maybe I'm too white to fully understand the brown mind. And so they makes money, they will destroy it. You think the gas station would make money, but still. And supposedly, this is once again, it's unconfirmed. Don't know if this is a real video or not. That's actually happening in Mexico here, so take it with a grain of salt. But narcos are digging up parts of highway in Mexico, like actually tearing into the road. Instead of only burning cars and blocking lanes, they're literally turning roads permanently useless. Well, it's definitely Sloppinish. I just don't know what country a Sloppinish it actually belongs to.
Pasan pura verga, mira. Algo bien.
Just a casual car just burning right there. It looks absolutely, utterly destroyed. Tearing up the road. You know, this is what the government's supposed to be for, right? You know, the roads. It's actually a really good tactic. I mean, it is, because it stops the military, the police, or anyone from stopping them. But at the same time, like, who's gonna rebuild those roads? I know the cartels have these, like, crazy fucking military-style things that they can probably go off-roading in. But I imagine the real military has that too. So, like, who's gonna build these roads again? Because usually the whites that do it. They know that they disrupt infrastructure, GDP go down. I mean, fair. It hurts the government in that case, but also hurts the civilians once again. Like, it's conflating things. That's not permanent. I mean, it's not permanent, but somebody has to rebuild the road if somebody destroys it, right? Who's gonna rebuild it? I don't think the cartels are gonna be rebuilding roads, are they? Or am I misinformed here? The cartels actually do charity work on the side. With how okay, there we go. Resident Mexican. One of the two Mexicans in chat here. With how long it takes the government to do anything, yeah, it's pretty much permanent. Okay, see, well, there we go. There we go. POV, you're in Pennsylvania. This is what the road looked like. Okay, I think Pennsylvania roads look a lot better than this fucking dirt mountain here. See, roads we've built them themselves, senor Mexican gangster. Okay, so we already put over this itself. Here's a map of where the cartels are being active. Instead of just the names, Names don't mean anything to me when I don't fucking understand them. Here's a map. See, I'm a visual learner. There's just a little pocket here of nothing, actually. Hold on, I want to compare and contrast. I want to compare and contrast the nothing pocket. That does not fully line up, so I'm kind of curious, actually. But that's like more here-ish on this map. Well, no, it kind of has this little hole here, a little bit. It's not exactly 1-to-1, but it's not completely off either. So just curious to see. I like looking at maps and comparing and contrasting how different things work, the similarities they have. The cartels also put up cell phone towers as well. Okay, don't. The more, like, I don't know, I'm like, cartels are bad, right? I don't want to support the cartels at all. They're awful and evil. But, like, especially they want them here. But, like, I'm hearing some things of what they're doing within Mexico itself, and I'm just like, I know they're the government, but they don't actually sound that bad. They sound more competent than the government when it comes to this. Pretty sure that whole is Mexico City. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of forgot how south Mexico City was. That would make a lot more sense, actually. Cartels have their own parallel cell phone towers, not for civilians. Oh, okay. So, yeah, misinformation. Thank you for gaslighting the streamer. They are more competent. So it is the Mexican military that are dealing with the cartels. And supposedly there's a bullet that lodges in a soldier's face.
Mira, güey, nomás se me quedó aquí la puta ojiva, hija de su puta madre, güey. Casi me carga la verga, ¿viste?
He looks so fucking happy and proud of himself. Like, yeah, look at this bullet in my face. It's like a new tooth.
Nomás se me quedó aquí la puta ojiva, hija de su puta madre.
I don't know what he's saying in the Slopinish, okay? I don't understand the Slop.
Güey. Casi me carga la verga, ¿viste? Mira. Me pelaron la verga, güey. ¿Tiraste? Sí, güey, aventé, güey. No mames, güey. ¿Se bajaron todos? Mira, güey, nomás.
I like how both the Mexican chat were really, he's happy he survived. He's happy because he survived. One after the other. I mean, that makes sense. Like, it does make sense that he actually survived. But at the same time, like, it's definitely a very male-coded thing. It's like, if this happened to a woman, she'll be freaking out, panicking, and crying. I can guarantee. Like, if it happened to me, panicking immediately. Like, holy fuck! Oh, I'd start bawling, you know, crumpling on the floor, incompetent, you know, woman, you know, ovaries stuff, right? But with guys, you're like, holy shit! I lived, fuckers! I lived! And look at this cool bullet in my face! Isn't that awesome, bros? Like, I'm gonna take this bullet and make a necklace out of this as a reminder to myself about how I was so close to death. It's so awesome! Maybe a woman be like, wah! I don't know, it's just like, I love the comparing those things, so, you know. Fuck yeah, that's all bad. That's totally male-coded bragging, though. You see, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my fucking point. Like, I obviously he's happy he survived, but like he's very much like, hell yeah, brother. Looks like he kind of ricochet. The lack of deformation on the round makes you wonder if it was an army facing round. Strange. I don't know bullets. I don't know military. I'm dumb woman, okay? But the man, he got a bullet in the face and survived, man. Amal's fascination, obsession with men is kind of adorable because men are awesome. Men are so fucking cool. They're absolute fucking dorks. Like, every man has like some sort of like autistic fascination that they're in. At least one. And you can hear them prattle about that for days. And they're so cute when they do so because they're so passionate about it. And like they can build all this cool stuff. And they're so strong and just badass. And I'm just like, oh please. Like, and I don't know. It's just I just really like men. Not Mexicans though. They're too brown. But this is very male coded regardless. That's a shell casing. Looks like his weapon malfunctioned. Oh, that's a lot of damage actually for a malfunction. That's not a. That's actually kind of embarrassing. I mean, it's good for you know, badass and looking cool, I guess. But it also kind of makes you look like an idiot if you got a shell to the face like that. I guess weapon malfunctioning is not exactly his fault because if it's a bad weapon and they are Mexican, right? But like still. Or he's bragging they couldn't take his life, LMAO, so maybe it's not actually a ricochet then. I don't know what Mexican sounds like, okay? So yeah. Oh, and then as for updates for today, Mexican army kills CJNG Cartel's second in command who orchestrated yesterday's attacks. So well, Mexican army with the help of the U.S. cut off the head that El Mucho, whatever the fuck his Lopanish name is. Mencho. Close enough in my, close enough for coming to work. Okay. And then they killed the second command, so they're gonna kill the third in command now, because like once again they think they'll completely wipe them out if they're gonna get rid of the cartel, the specific cartel I should say here. They got El Yogurt. Holy moly, Boog! Don't tell me his name's actually Yogurt. Is his name actually Yogurt? And also, should he be happy that they got him? Because I feel like your life is in danger if you're happy about it online. El Yogurt is the new leader? His name is actually El Yogurt? No! El Yogurt? So okay. So we have an El Nacho. We have an El Nacho that died a while ago based off this article. But we have an El Yogurt too. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Mexicans. Actually, I'm not sorry. You're brown. Your naming is something else. Oh yeah, and mayo too. There's the mayo guy. Do you guys name your leaders based off like dairy products? What we got nacho cheese. We got yogurt. We got mayo. What's next? Milk? Lactose? Cottage cheese? Elguter. Oh, how do we hit that? No, they name them after what they turn people into. I'm sorry, but I can't take that seriously. Even if they even though they name them after what people turn into. Like, oh, I'm so scared of El Nacho cheese. Like, my god. I think they do it off their favorite condiment. You know what? El Mayo is based, even though he's dead. At least I think he's dead. I'm pretty... Or he's locked up. I think he's locked up. Hold on. Let me Control F to figure out where my mayo packet's at. Posting US custody. Okay, El Mayo is currently kidnapped at the moment here. Mayo is pretty based. Yeah, goofy nicknames are a thing for Mexicans. Is that why Boog is called Boog? And you are enjoy yourself? Because it's supposed to be like enjoy yourself, right? But it's an enjoy. You guys are just silly little monkeys. I didn't even say monkeys in the racist way. But I guess it applies. With love, obviously. I like having tokens, right? You know, I have my token Mexicans, I have my token blacks, I have my token gays. I don't have a token tranny just yet. We've gotten pretty close, but they seem to always 41% themselves before it happens, right? You know, like, you know, token women. So for some reason, we do have one token woman in the Discord server. It's wild. I like to have my tokens, right? You know, just be like, here's my street cred. I'm not racist. I have a black friend. We have lots of femboys, unfortunately. Ah, we need Indian. I know we had an Indian as well, and he was relatively cool until we started talking about India, which is not that surprising, all things considered. Indian. You know what? Mexican, you know what? Controversial take here. If I had to do a tier list of browns, right? Mexicans are better than Indians. For a few different reasons. But one of them is the fact that even though I'm racist to them, and all that, and I don't want them in my country, they can at least handle my racism and my banter, and we can still actually get along and have fun. Much better than Indians can. I talk about how Indians shit themselves and you know, and like to eat their cow poo and all these other different factors, right? I just lose their goddamn minds. I talk about how Mexico's a shithole country, and they're like, yeah, it is. yeah, it is a shithole country. Like, yeah, I'm glad we can both agree on this factor. Mexicans actually brought over good food. Okay, we're not doing the food argument, okay? Listen, I'm not sacrificing my country for some tikka masala like Piers Morgan here. I love tacos. In fact, I'll be eating tacos later tonight. But if I had to give up my tacos to deport every single Mexican in the United States and make sure they never step foot in the United States ever again, I would in a heartbeat. Okay, we're not doing the food argument here. We're not doing that shit. Plus, every American-fied version of the foreign food is much better than the original version. So, yeah. Can I join? I'm an Eskimo. Okay, yes, you can be my token Eskimo. I'm gonna forget you exist, though, in about 5 minutes or less, because I forgot that Eskimos exist until now. He's mad you redeemed Maul. So, American Chinese food is the best Chinese? I would agree. Now I want Chinese food. I can never make it, like, maybe because I'm so hyped up on the sugar and artificial crap that's in the Chinese food they get from, like, Panda Express or, like, one of the other, like, Chinese restaurants by the, you know, the real Chinese. Whatever they add in that shit to make it more addicting, whenever I try to make the healthier version, it's just never that good. It's just not as good as the slop you get from the actual Chinese restaurants. I need to figure out a middle ground because I really now want Chinese now. So which tokens are we missing at this point? We're missing the trannies because we never actually had a real tranny before. I have a couple people that are suspicious. Like, I'm just like, you're looking awfully pastel colored today. But it's never actually happened yet because trannies are so volatile and angry and like to kill people. So I think we just need a tranny because we have a black. Even though I'm very racist, we have Mexicans. Well, I guess we had an Indian, so I guess we do need an Indian again because we lost them. We have gays. Unfortunately. We do have women. I have Eskimo. Yeah, I remembered you. We have a couple Asians here and there, but I'm not sure, like, what kind of flavor of Asian they are. The key is MSG. Okay, so I need to get, like, one of those MSG. Like, you can actually buy MSG from the store, which I'm half tempted to. But I also feel like it's not healthy for you either, so I'm too scared to do it because I'm gonna get addicted on it. I'm trying to be healthy, right? You know, not eat the stuff. We need a Jew too. We did have a Jew before in the past, yeah. But yeah, we probably need a replacement. Other than myself, because I'm the biggest Jew around here. God damn it. Oh well. What the hell? Sorry, Mom, bringing my wife in the U.S. properly just to spite you. I'll deport her. Even though women shouldn't be in political position of power, if I was emperor for a day, or empress, I should say, I'm gonna deport your wife immediately just because you're doing the spite me. There we go. We two can play this game. But do you have a Jew? Nope, not anymore. You have a token Slav? I think we have a couple of those, but like, I consider Slavs white. Eastern Europeans are white. Yeah, they're a little bit more rougher around the edges, but they're still white. Well, I need to blow my nose, but give me a second. Czechoslovakia here, so you got a budget Slav. I'm pretty sure you are Slav, though. I'm sorry, Eastern Europeans are Slav in my books. I'm racist towards them. And you know what? I do. Speaking of Slavs, I do have that podcast with V every Saturday, Under the Bridge. He's Romanian. He's basically a Slav, right? Close enough. What was I gonna say? Oh, I remember. Completely unrelated to the topic at hand, but I just realized, because I'm a really bad streamer, that you guys, YouTube bros, hit the goal a long time ago for the P.E.P.E hoodie. And I was not paying attention, so the P.E.P.E hoodie has been done. Thank you, YouTube bros, for hitting the goal. Greatly appreciate it. You guys have been very generous and nice to me tonight, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The P.E.P.E hoodie is now on. We're really getting Mexican tonight, aren't we? A V is a juice box? No! He's not. At least I don't think he is. I mean, he's just Romanian. It's fine. Are Azerbaijan white? I'm gonna say no. I would have to look up where Azerbaijan actually is at. If it's in the Middle East, which is what the name kind of implies, is gonna be a no. Let me pull up the map here. Where's Azerbaijan at? Fuck no. Of course it's not white. Jesus fucking Christ, that is the Middle East. God, what the fuck's wrong with you? I would probably say though, so the white line stops, you know, we're like Greece, right? Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine. Like, it's around the border of the Black Sea on the west, right? And then from the northern side, it's just Russia. And then once we get to Georgia, that's the Middle East again. Hell, you could technically make the argument that southern Russia, during that little stretch of land between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, that little like section right there is also still in the Middle East because the amount of Muslims that live there. Apparently, there's a ton of Muslims that live there. And I knew a Russian that actually fucking hated them with a burning passion, and wanted to deport them from Russia. So there we go. There's the line. Well, there's the line. Turkey and beyond. No, brown. Brown. Aryan status revoked. It's called the Caucasus region. Okay, I'm sorry I don't know specifics about Russia because I don't fucking live there. Only Germanics are white. I mean, yes, obviously, but I consider the Slavs white too. The Balkans need some help though, but I mean, like I said, Eastern Europeans are white. They're just lesser whites, you know. Like if we had like a color swatch for the whites, right? Like that Family Guy meme, right? They're like second tier. Right? The Germanics are top tier, and then they're like second tier, and then the Italians and the Spanish are like third tier. And after the third tier, you're just brown. The European going full to next on this one. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. DNA test in the mail. All you post results in Discord with the full name, address, and photo. Yes, dox yourself. If you are not white, you're banned from the Discord server. Now. Technically, Middle Easterners are close to Europeans and Africans. Well, yeah, but they're still brown. Like, I still don't want them. I don't like the Middle East. The Middle East has never been peaceful in the entirety of existence. They're constantly war torn and can't do fucking jack shit. And Islam is not compatible with the West in any way, shape, or form. I don't care if genetically they're closer to us than Africans. They're still brown and still backwards third world fucking shitholes. No, thank you. I don't want the Africans either. Good thing I'm not in it then, because I'm Spanish. See, yep, no, Spanish. Okay, it depends. It depends. Once again, we need the color swatch out, okay? There's some pasty-ass Spaniards. And some dark woods, too. So, I would consider the Spanish European. Italians are European, too. Oh, but you're on your last legs. Or else. Oh, God. What does Mossad want with me now? Let's see here. Thank you, Delta Cross, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bad news, all the storm knocked out my net. I'm on a shitty cell hotspot, so I can't stay long. Therefore, here's my addition. The Cartel Project has really firearms fall in the hands of Mexican drug cartels. Oh my god. How long is this? Oh, how long is this? Also, I'm sorry, Delta Cross. Please don't die. And please don't burn up your cell phone hotspot too much. What is this? How long is this article here? Oh my god, it's actually a pretty long article. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Oh, we'll read it. We'll read it here. Just because Delta Cross's internet is, is dead. I feel bad for him. But then we do have other topics to get to later today. So, go. The Cartel Project. How Israeli firearms fall into the hands of Mexican drug cartels. Israel sold Mexico over 24,000 guns and rifles between 2006 and 2018. A new report conducted as part of the global investigation reveals. With little oversight, Israel has inadvertently helped fuel violence in the country. Imagine my shock! This is, by the way, an article from 2020. It's been archived. From 2006 until 2018, some 238,000 firearms were exported to Mexico from Europe, including 24,000 guns and rifles from Israel, some which wound up in the hands of drug cartels. A report by a human rights group conducted as part of an international investigation revealed Tuesday. The findings of the report, published by the International Branch of American Friends Service Committee, were based on receipts from weapons deals in Mexico and a collection of thousands of documents. Research focused on the 2006-2018 period when Mexico had declared a war on drugs, which provided the backdrop to the government's decision to purchase the arms. The firearms were supposed to aid state security services in their bid to restore calm. So this is what the one guy in chat was talking about then. So is this one of the reasons why it became such a failed spectacular? It's because Israel was involved? Because I imagine Israel probably likes the cartels quite a lot. The more destabilized the country is, the easier it is to control. And then Scheinbaum can rise. 95% of the 238,000 guns that reached Mexico were categorized when they were purchased as being for military purposes. In other words, these arms weren't slated for civilian use, the researchers say. However, these weapons transfers did not lead to greater security for Mexican population. Mexico's firearm homicide rate has exploded more than 6 times than what it was in 2006, the report says. Arms exports to Mexico. Countries of origin of firearms imported to Mexico 2006-2018. Italy? 36%? Austria 22%. Italy and Austria, they were... Those were not the countries I would think of firsthand to be like, yes, they're going to be giving these countries, Italy and Austria, are going to be giving Mexico guns. Okay then. US 22%, Israel 8%, Germany 7%, Czech Republic 3%, others 2%. Okay, so Israel's actually not that high on the list. So, I mean, 8% is still suspiciously high, especially for such a small country. And it's Israel, and I don't trust them. But Italy, dude. Italy, 36%? What the fuck's going on with Italy? I feel like that's the real story here. Like, don't get me wrong. We'll read the rest of the article. But if Italy is 36%, I feel like that's the real story than Israel. But don't get me wrong. I'm anti-Semitic. I don't like Israel in any way, shape, or form. But I think Italy is the bigger problem here than Israel when they are 36% of the firearms being imported. It's not even a per capita issue. In my eyes, because it's still it's still based off the country's wealth and how strong their military is and how they are. And Italy is not the first country I think of when having a strong military. These damn Italians that run the world. Mexico has one of the highest murder rates in the world. 24,000 cases last year, or 19 murders for every 100,000 citizens, on record for high murder rate for Mexico. So this is in 2019. That was the murder rate for them. That's a lot. That's a lot. Also, nice typo. There. Okay, this. Okay, I'm gonna hold my tongue for the moment. During the period of 2006 to 2019, there were 276,000 cases of murder in Mexico, some 58% of which by use of firearms, compared to 15% of murders involving pistols in 1997. In 2020, nearly 100 people are murdered each day nationwide, and firearms accounted for 71% of them. Firearms are involved in 30% of crimes in general in Mexico, and disappearances are common. Some 56,000 people have mysteriously disappeared in the past decade. Since 2006, a massive 3,600 mass graves have been found, and 37,000 corpses have still not been identified. I mean, that sounds typical, like a cartel gang doing, like, the same thing happens in the United States. Like, pretty much all the crime happens in, like, Chicago was firearms, too. We have a huge fucking death rate in Chicago. It's because of the blacks, and their gangs that run Chicago, too. Like, it's... I feel like they're trying to blame it on the firearms here, but no, it's just what happens when you have browns running the place. In Mexico's case, it's the cartels. In Chicago's case, it's the blacks. Either way, people are still dying because they're horrible. Like, Another worrisome trend is the spillover of police weapons into the hands of drug cartels. We know that weapons are sold are systemically falling into the hands of cartels. The only weapons that we know arrive in Mexico legally and now those are smuggled in. The Sar Vadardi, who contributed to the Israeli section of the report for the rights group, Haaretz, which is the name of the article here. Okay, yeah, so fun fact, you try to give the guns to the government, the guns go to the cartels run the government. I thought this was a well-known fact. Surely this is a known. Excuse for massively arming the police was a need to fight crime. However, in effect, Mexican citizens express less confidence in local police than almost anywhere in the world. Probably because they're also owned and run by the cartels too. They don't do anything. The cartels do more work than the government does there. Like, what the fuck? Local police corps in Mexico have been closely involved in gross human rights violations, mainly forced disappearances. The report says, okay, so they literally are the cartel. More or less. Mexico, there's two levels of violence. One by the cartels and another by the police, which means violence involving legal weapons, Marty says. Wow, it's like a third world country. Who could have guessed? It's like Somalia with their fucking warlords here, except it's cartels versus the government. Like, this is not surprising to me in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's just Browns doing Browns things. Well, the authors note, for example, that the 2011 Allende massacre, where members of a Mexican cartel murdered or disappeared 300 people for allegedly cooperating with the police. The massacre lasted for several days, but despite many local calls for help, the police did nothing, the report says. Similar cases have been documented elsewhere in Mexico. Yeah. Israel can't track every gun. Israel's firearms affair with Mexico dates back to the 1970s when it sold Mexico Arava planes. In the 90s, when the Mexican government faced off with the revolutionary Zapatistas, Israel trained Mexican forces based on its experience with the first Intifada. Mexicans also adopted the checkpoint system Israel used in West Bank for revolting states. The past 20 years have seen this continue, report says. Over the past 2 decades, Israel has exported hundreds of millions of euros worth of military equipment to Mexico, including various types of drones, naval battleships, and missiles. These arms exports don't stop with military or heavily military equipment, but also include small arms, many of them latter transferred to police forces, the report explains. Okay, so the only problem I have with this is just how much the US, me, the Amerikanski here, my tax dollars are being used to give Israel weapons, and then Israel is then sending weapons to Mexico. So inadvertently, I am giving my taxes are paying for guns and weapons in Mexico in general to help support the cartels. Like that's I feel like the bigger story here. Because if Israel's suicidal and then this is their own taxpayer dollars going to Mexico, that's dumb on them. But I know that Israel gets their weapons from the United States, and the United States gets their weapons from my tax dollars. Ugh. In 2006 to 2018, Israeli gun sales in Mexico accounted for 8% of all weapons sales in the country. Nearly all the deals were documented were by Israeli weapons firm IWI, a private company owned by SK Group businessman Sami Katsev, the producer of Galil and Tower rifles, the Negev machine gun, and Jericho pistol. The deals were worth 34 million euros. The report says that most light arms supplied by Mexico come from Italy and Austria. See, once again, why are we giving the cartels essentially guns? Like, because the U.S. is part of the problem too, with the 22 fucking percent. Like, we're funding our own terrorism more or less when it comes to cartels. And once again, this article came out in 2020, so hopefully things are a bit different under Trump now. Now we're in 2026. God, this article's 6 years old now. It's old, but still. Like most weapons firms mentioned by the study, Israeli firms have an American branch as well. I hate Israel. Can we please, for the love of God, does not deal with Israel? Like most weapon firms mentioned by the study, Israeli firms have American branch as well, which makes it easier to sell arms than under the relatively strict rules enforced by Europe. De facto, though, Israeli weapons firms sell to all types of police indiscriminately, the report suggests. A sale of 1,199 guns, that's awfully specific, was documented to the police of Veracruz, Mexico's deadly state towards journalists. Israel has no way to follow all that's done with his weapons, Verdi says, because Israel itself doesn't require monitoring weapons to the end user. It doesn't ask where these guns are going, it doesn't report about it to the UN, and which countries are supposed to do. Israel has no laws for transparency in this regard or any limits on sales of weapons to countries that violate human rights, or in specific bodies that are known to be human rights violators. And it's not only there are no such laws in Israel, it doesn't even ask where it's all going, and therefore there's no documentation or follow-up. I imagine America does the same. I mean, we're the world police after all. I doubt we really care about this stuff either, because if we did, we wouldn't be giving them 22% of their guns as well. Like, this is bad across the board. Like, I'm not trying to defend Israel here. I don't like Israel. But I'm much more concerned about the US, Austrian, Italian how much they're giving away instead. Let's see here. So I'm skimming a little bit because to me this couldn't be applied to the United States. Like, it's bad. I don't like Israel, but this can apply to the United States, Austria, and Italy, and Germany, Czech Republic, etc. But this is not fully Israel's fault, other than the fact that my taxes are the ones giving weapons to Israel, and then Israel's just giving it. So it's more like 30% is coming from the US. That's the part that I hate. Anything else from the article that looks interesting here? I usually don't like to skip around for articles, but this looks very I would say, I don't know. This doesn't seem like it's kind of there. Israel's one of the few countries in the world that require two-stage licensing process by law. Each licensing agreement is made in light of various considerations, including security clearance of the product and assessment of the country for which the product will be marketed. Human rights policy and security issues are all taken into consideration. Lastly, international standards and commitments in the UN Security Council resolutions are also taken into consideration. DECO works closely with various international oversight frameworks to fulfill the aforementioned the defense military. So basically, they're saying that they are keeping track of this stuff anyway, and they're lying. Okay, yeah, okay. Government investigated itself and found no wrong. What a shock! What a fucking shock here. All did you know this is a Haaretz, a Jewish newspaper? This is why they focus on Israel. Yeah, well, I figured it was Jewish, okay? Which is why they focus on Israel. It's weird for them to criticize themselves, though. In the end, the markets that are very lucrative, no matter who is involved, weapon sellers have no allegiance, they just want money. Yep. Makes sense here. This makes complete sense here. So. Anyways. I want to talk about glyphosate. I've been on the glyphosate kick since Friday. However, since we are on the topic of Israel, I do have the Tucker Carlson clips with Mike Huckabee. There. Yeah, let's be a little more spicier, right? We criticize the Mexicans. Let's criticize the Israelis here. So over the weekend, Tucker Carlson had an interview with Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel from the United States. And it went as well as he possibly could expect. Actually, you know what? It went an absolute disaster. Absolute fucking disaster. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee tells this Tucker Carlson that Israel has the biblical right to take over the Middle East. So we finally took it all. Now, the clips that I have here might be out of order because they're just clips. I have not actually watched the full interview myself, so I will state that. We will watch this in a second, but keep in mind when he's talking that this is a sitting U.S. official confirming on an interview to the public that he supports the establishment of Greater Israel. This is what Greater Israel looks like, because it's from the Nile to the other river that's over here that I forget. This is what Greater Israel would look like, and he's saying that, no, they can go ahead and take it all. Fine, it's normal. Our ambassador, the U.S. ambassador himself, was just like, yep, it's Euphrates, okay. Thank you for that. Nile to the Euphrates. Look how much space it would be for Israel here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll take over Jordan, some of Iraq, a little bit of Syria, a little bit of Saudi Arabia, different things like that. Egypt too, whatever the case is. We'll just, not exactly fully Egypt, I guess. Whatever the fuck this little sliver is. No, oh wait, Syria's right here. So yeah, that includes Egypt actually. So we'll just take it all here. Thank you, Crowder Color, for the $1 reduce. Thank you. I'm 2.5 hours late. Nice job getting my attention, woman. Tisk. You should know better, Crowder Color. Come on. I expect a better of you. Even though there's no such thing as being late. But in your case, you are late. Disappointed.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land, and you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be,
I'm not sure it would go that far. It would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose.
God's chosen people.
We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started
I'm
on
not
this.
going to let you off on this because you have said
ahead.
it 3 times
Okay.
that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
I probably should have done this clip a little bit later. My apologies, chat. But in these clips that we have of Mike Huckabee here, he keeps on referencing the biblical need for Israel. Israel itself has a biblical right to autonomy and self-control and everything else, right? Not the fact that we're a sovereign country, it's a biblical right. So he keeps on bringing up the Bible a lot and different passages there, which is why Tucker Carlson is hammering him so hard on this Genesis thing. And he's just like, at first he's like, well, that's probably a bit too extreme. And he's just like, well, then at the very end, he's like, oh, he finally took it all. He finally took all of this here because you know what? This is what they deserve, I guess. It's what the Bible says. Amazing timing, yes. The property rights don't come from holy books, fuck off chosen people, yeah. Because, well, the Genesis says it comes from the Nile to the Euphrates. Well, Nile, Euphrates, that's the land right there, roughly, more or less. And he's just like, yeah, we should be fine, take it all. At first, he's like, well, that's a bit much. But as Tucker kept on pressing him, he's like, yeah, I'll be fine, I'll take it all. Okay, then. What's this one here? Oh, we got, you know, we'll say this. I have to look at these clips again. I got these the other day. Sorry, I should have organized these a bit better. Gaza. Aha, here's the biblical thing that he's talking about, I believe. And this one, wait, no. This is the same fucking clip I just had. My apologies. We get little bit out of order here.
Entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total. And 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If
they have a connection to this land historically and biblically. Historically, I can maybe see the argument there. Because that's basically the argument for the most nations, right? The people come here, they settle the land, they build, they have this land for hundreds of years, they create their own cultures, pass on to descendants, historically theirs. Like Britain, for example, and I think Tucker brings it up as an example, if I remember correctly, because I got these clips a few days ago now. Was talking about how Britain's existing for like, you know, thousands upon the years, even longer than Israel has in a lot of cases, in certain cases, like with Stonehenge. So historical actually makes sense, that sort of argument. But he brings up biblical. And listen, I know a good chunk of my audience is actually Christian. I'm not trying to bash religion in general in this case. But trying to use a holy book to justify your land grab is not the argument that you think it is. It's just because you wrote down some backwater,
is it the
you
Jews?
know, tribe wrote down hundreds of years ago that this is their land. Doesn't mean this is their deed anymore. Like, not how it works. God, just because God's chosen people doesn't really apply in this case.
Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense
ancestrally,
how do we know that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So
Well,
no one does. That's the point.
But
So
if
how do
there
we
is-
know that he
but
has any
if they
connection
are
to this land at
Jewish,
all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language,
But
the
he
Bible,
doesn't-
the land,
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right
very
to be
much
here?
speaks the language.
Well,
He has fought for the land. His family has
I
fought
feel
for
like
the
you're
land.
dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is where does this right come from? And the
I've-
reason
I've
it's
given you
meaningful
that
is
answer.
because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
It's also important to remember that they have been exposed many times. And many times. There's a reason why the Jewish diaspora exists. Nobody likes them for reasons. And I'm not saying there's anything particularly bad with them. Particularly, just nothing too bad. But when everyone doesn't like you, it might be best to look in the mirror and wonder, hey, is it them or is it me? If I get kicked out of countries 110 times, maybe it's because of me. It might be a you problem in general when it comes to that. Like, I don't know. It just makes me want to think. This just makes me wonder a little bit. Why does nobody like them at all?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any
ethnicity.
connection
They're
to
Jewish
the
by
Jews
their
of the,
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
Well, it's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happened.
Is Huckabee really playing that game? Is he playing the proof fallacy? Fallacy of proof? Like, Tucker is the first one to ask the question, so therefore it's Huckabee's right. Not right. It's Huckabee's job to prove, not turn around and ask a question that how about they ever didn't instead. You can't play that game. Like, Tucker was the first one to do the first shot. You have to answer his question, or just say I don't know. And I don't know is actually a valid answer, though obviously it makes them look retarded. But it's still technically a valid answer. It's better than being like, well, the proof that they did. Or didn't, I should say. In this case. Like, no, we're not doing that fallacy here.
People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, did my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at.
It's called ethnicity. It's called ancestry. It's called a DNA test. It's called lineage. If we're going to do this historical and biblical right, he literally said early on in this clip that, the people of Israel have historical and biblical right to the land. Nile through the Euphrates. And then they should be able to back that up with proof that yes, this is their people, this is their lineage, this is where they come from, this is who they are. Like that this is how it works, and Huckabee's just like, I just don't understand. I just don't understand where you're going at. I know the burden of proof. The burden of proof is on you instead. How do you even know that we didn't? Like, Oh, this is our ambassador, by the way. For the Americans in chat, this is our ambassador from the United States to Israel, sitting there defending it, blubbering around, not being able to actually answer these different questions at hand, being like, yes. Fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, like I said, these clips are a little bit out of order here. We got him saying that Israel's IDF is more humane than the United States military. Once again, he is our ambassador. He is our ambassador to Israel. He's American technically. Maybe. In that case, like, and he is saying yes, our military is worse than the Israel's IDF. How? Somebody just deport him.
Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war, and yet Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you don't know what the numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then how can you say it's a lower number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you took
the
all of their
numbers
numbers,
range from 120 to 78. Those are the ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
but
which
you
is
said those
Hamas.
were invalid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying let's
You're
just
saying
assume
they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's.
No.
These are valid numbers, but I'm not sure if they're accurate.
I'm
doing
saying,
a great job.
let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas,
yes,
let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq.
Where in
Afghanistan.
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years.
In Kabul? I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
You're talking about what are the rates there? The number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that?
Okay, before he starts deflecting to something else here, it's just like, my brain is melting at this retardation that Huckabee is talking about right here. Like, yes, I know for a fact, even though these numbers are valid, but I also don't know they're valid or not, that the IDF only killed, X amount, like what, 60,000 or whatever it was that he mentioned here. But I can't compare and contrast this with literally anything else the American military has done. I'll bring up Afghanistan and Iraq, but I don't know the numbers for that at all. I just know that in my heart and my soul because God told me so, I guess. Like, I'm not an expert in military, okay, or war. I don't know too much about the wars within the Middle East. I just know we've been there for far too long and have had disaster after disaster there. But I'm highly doubt, based off what I do know, my minimal information, and my minimal information about how the Israel-Palestine war is going on right now, that the IDF probably has killed more civilians, seeing how they just level Gaza completely here. Like, they're not exactly known for helping civilians at all. They're actually they're known to be pretty ruthless. And once again, friendly reminder, I'll keep on saying this over and over and over again. He is the U.S. ambassador here. And so he is throwing the U.S. military and its troops under the bus and saying that they are worse, they've killed more civilians than the IDF, Israel has. And he can't even back it up. Tucker's like, Tucker's like, well, I don't know these answers. You're the one who brought it up. What are the statistics then? And he just can't stand it. He's just like, stated model. He's like, well, they just did. They just did. You're the U.S. ambassador. I get you're supposed to be on friendly terms with Israel because you are the ambassador. But to completely defend them tooth and nail, though he is flubbering around quite a lot, it just and throwing America under the bus like this. How is he actually the ambassador? He seems like the Israel ambassador instead of the U.S. ambassador instead. Like he is way more loyal to Israel than America ever. In this case, like he's a traitor. He's a complete traitor. He should just be, if he loves Israel so much, he should stay there permanently, revoke his U.S. citizenship, and don't tell me he's not going to come back. Because what's the point of this? What's the point of it? He's not advocating for U.S. interests and in Israel. He's advocating for Israel interests in the United States. Like this is absolute bullshit here.
Hamas continued to force this war.
Hold on. You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep
the numbers, do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing you.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country, and I'm not.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
And the flag doesn't mean fucking shit, clearly, because his loyalty does not lie to America.
From the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you.
Oh, this is talking in fucking circles, because Huckabee's
Israel goes to links that...
He's like a fucking snake, doesn't want to be pinned down for anything, but instead just makes him look like a fucking idiot. God damn, he needs... I mean, do you care if Israel blows up a few mosques? I mean, no. Because the thing is, for the record, for anybody who's new here, I don't like the Middle East. In general, I don't like Israel. I don't like Saudi Arabia. I don't like Jordan. I don't like Palestine. I don't like any of the sand people, okay? Let the sand people play in their play box, in their sandbox, and then throw bombs at each other all day, all night if they want to. I literally don't fucking care. My issue is the United States, since I'm American myself, getting so entrenched and involved with them, and doing so many things on behalf of Israel. If Israel wants to blow up Palestine, go for it. I don't fucking care. Like, I don't care what they do. Foreign country, foreign problems, but the problem is the U.S. supporting Israel, and Israel having complete control. The problem is us getting involved in different wars on behalf of Israel. Like the whole Iran thing that's been ramping up for weeks now, which I don't know how that's gonna go. In that case, we're gonna see. Like, that's my biggest problem with it. I saw the same problem with Saudi Arabia was snuggling up and being really close to the United States too. I don't like any of the sand people. I'm not careful. I'm gonna slur actually. That's like twice now. I almost said sand something else. Like, I don't like any of them. Let them have fun. But instead, we have to get involved with all of them. I don't like Tucker, but I hate Jews more. See, I'm okay with Tucker. I know he is embedded within like Qatar and has Muslim sympathies, and I don't like that either. But the thing about them is that the Muslims are violent and very in your face and very easy to target and be like, yeah, these are bad people, get rid of them. Jews are very sneaky. They work behind the scenes in the shadows and have money and influence and blackmail. And so I consider them more dangerous because it's the tiny hats that are allowing the Muslims in the first place. Like there's a reason why we have so many of Muslims in the United States and the Western world in general, the UK, Germany, etc. It's because of the tiny hats controlling and having influence with George Soros and his NGOs, the World Economic Forum, with Klaus Schwab, etc., etc., that are the ones pulling the levers and pushing buttons to make things happen along these lines. And so I consider them a worse threat between them, even if the Muslims are the more direct, violent ones. Um, uh, in this case, but both of them suck. Both of them absolutely suck. Yeah. Thank you, Hex02, for the $1 do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Huckabee is ambassador for Israel, not to Israel. Not to Israel. Well, he basically is ambassador for Israel based off what he's saying here. Let me see. Speaking of the tiny hats, I know I missed a couple of them. Thank you, Largy, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a short, fat, and hairy goblin with comically large nose, we don't care where our weapons go as long as they end up in the miserable lives of the goyim. Steam begins to form from Matan's hand rubbing. Goblin inhales his own hand must deeply. I thank you, Rabbi Groutstein, for the $16 retues. Thank you. Sometimes I'm amazed just how stupid these goyim can be. 5 nights in Tel Aviv fun. I will put your $16 dues to that here. Give me a second, chat. Let's see. That's a weird number. What's the 16 a reference to? I'm mildly suspicious. It is Groutstein after all. I think you clicking for the dollar too. Just call them Sandwas, Amal. Sand and was. Ooh, that is kind of clever. Sand was. Sand and was. Oh, fuck. Let's see. I know I had a couple more clips of Huckabee. Like I said, these are out of order, so bear with me. Oh yeah, so this
I
is
wish
more
that
of the
none of
leftist...
those people in Gaza.
Huckabee, shut the fuck up. So this is more the leftist argument, in my opinion, with Huckabee defending Israel's killing children in Gaza. And I say this because the reason why the leftists don't like Israel is because they see Israel as an extension of white people, and Palestine's brown. And white people oppress brown is bad in their eyes. And that's why they don't like Israel and they're so free Palestine themselves. And so that's why they like to talk so much about the horrible things the IDF has done in Gaza, etc., etc. Now, yes, it is bad. Genocide is bad. War bad. People dying bad. Children and civilians dying bad. Like I don't like any of that either. And it is an argument against Israel, but it's important that that is a liberal Western argument as well to recognize that. The rest of the world does not care about civilians. The rest of the world does not care about children. They often throw them into the fire and use as fodder, knowing our Western sensibilities won't shoot at them, because we see them as innocents. They don't care. They send them to the meat grinder regardless. There's a reason why the Muslims have women and children wear suicide bomb vests, because they know with us Westerners that we won't hurt them because they're women and children because we have morals and they don't. And that needs to go out the window when it comes to war. Now, I don't really want civilians dying. I don't want women and children dying either. I still have those ones for sensibilities. But when you're fighting a third world country like Palestine is in the Middle East, you have to play by their rules because they're not going to play by our rules and they're going to use our morals and principles against us, and it puts our soldiers, our men in danger by this. And so therefore, I'd rather sacrifice the foreign women and children than my own American soldiers. Because it's not worth the risk. It's simply just not worth the risk here. That's my personal opinion on these things like that. So yes, Israel killing children in Gaza is bad. I don't support that in any way, shape, or form. But it's also Israel's not exactly a third world country, but it's a foreign country in a good chunk of the third world fighting a third world country. where they don't play by these rules at all. They understand power, they understand war, and they understand the being ruthless. Because that's just how it fucking works. When you're fighting a third world country. And moral fagging over it is not going to solve anything. It's not going to help anything. It's going to make things worse. My problem with Israel is how much influence they have over the United States. Once again.
I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October the 8th. Well, I say not none of them. I'm glad Mohammed Sinwar was killed. I'm glad that some of those warriors, the people who masterminded and carried out the atrocities of October 7th.
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
What does
Tucker,
that mean, God help
I don't
them?
know
Are
that
you happy
they were
that-
14 years. No, but I'm telling you that when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds. I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you something. Would you do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved,
I would
and
not
beaten?
kill children, period.
See, this is where I'm going to actually have to agree with Huckabee here. If my children were being tortured and raped and murdered, I would do literally anything. Once again, these are third world savages playing by a completely different rule book, not our moral Western sensibilities any way, shape, or form here. So, therefore, I will do literally anything. I will glass them in the smithereens before they get my children back if I have to. However, and maybe I'm being too sympathetic to Tucker because I fucking hate Mike Huckabee with a burning passion. But to be on Penn Tucker here, I know what Huckabee's playing, but what he's doing here with his questioning and line of thinking. He's basically saying he's trying to justify what Israel's doing because he is defending Israel first and foremost, in a lot of ways, and so basically saying that these are horrible people and they deserve to die. Which I agree with that aspect of things. It's just Tucker's not playing but by those rules because Tucker's trying to win with the moral argument that killing children is bad. Basically, Tucker's arguing for the Western sensibilities. Huckabee's arguing for the third world sensibilities. Technically, Huckabee is right in this case, but if in the perfect world, Tucker would be more correct.
Well, I'm just telling you.
And I would never make excuses for killing children either.
And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking about.
You told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they're working for Hamas.
I'm telling you.
My question is, can you hear?
Yes. I don't like it. It sucks. But it's war. And they are sacrificing kids because they don't have the same morals that we do. And those 14-year-olds, even if they are 14-year-olds, are still shoot and can still aim a gun and can still kill a soldier with proper training or a good shot or a little bit of luck.
Yourself.
I do hear myself.
So do you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death a crushing tragedy?
If he's holding a gun.
It is a tragedy.
And he's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage. And the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. And a lot of innocent people
I'm the one who thinks war is a horrible thing.
No. I think what you don't
I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die.
Yeah. Like, it is bad for the 14-year-old to die. I don't want the 14-year-old to be going to war. I don't want them being used by adults. But this is very much a Western moral sensibility here. That this is the case. Not... The rest of the world doesn't care. In fact, 14-year-olds were fighting in war just a couple hundred years ago. I can bring up a good example of this. I've been reading the biography about President Grant during the Civil War. Well, it's his whole entire life, just in general. And he went to a military academy called West Point. And he was actually one of the older boys there at 17 years old. Most boys went to West Point and military academy around 14 to 15 years old. It wasn't that long ago, and that teenage boys were sent to war. Is it tragic? Yes. Do I support it? No. But it's relatively normal, especially in the third world, because once again, different moral sensibilities here. In this case. So, If you agree with Mike, then you can't say the Jays are evil for subverting us as an argument, since they're just doing what's good for them. Well, no, they are evil because it's tribalism at the end of the day. It's 100% tribalism. They are evil for subverting us because it's my camp versus their camp. And so what they're doing was good for them, yes, but it hurts me and my people, so therefore it's bad, and therefore I want them crushed. It's that simple. Mike Huckabee argument is not actually talking about, in this case, Palestine or Israel. It's about a war topic instead. They're making a moral argument of how old the kids can be for dying and how tragic that it is, essentially. That's a more general blanket statement in that case. So, and in this case, it's Huckabee is technically in the right, even if I personally more disagree with it. When it comes to war is terrible, and it's not pleasant. If this is Germany versus the United States, this wouldn't be a problem. But if it's United States versus, I guess Palestine, because it's close to the topic here, then different story. Different fucking story. It's not a universal ethic, it's more relativism. Well, I agree that moral relativism is bad, but when it comes to war definitely does make it so that morals change. Morals go out the window when war is involved, because it's either you die or they die. That's all that matters. It's very black and white. It's power once again. Which region of the Middle East has all the terrorists basically either been trained and come from? Right, all of them, really. I mean, Palestine's definitely really bad. Iraq, Iran, all of them. They're all in the Middle East here. So, yeah. If you were a J, you would subvert the Western civilization then because it's good for you, your tribe. Yes. It's a very us versus them. It's tribalism. Everyone is here's the problem with the Western world. Everyone except the Western world is tribalistic. This is why Indians hire themselves. Why there's that new Xbox CEO is that fucking brown Indian woman, right? Everyone knows that Indians hire their own. Obviously Mexicans help themselves. Well, I guess they fight with the cartels this topic earlier. They definitely like to fight themselves, right? But when it comes to the United States, they all gather together, wave the Mexican flag, Viva la Mexico, and wanted to destabilize the United States. The blacks, even though they have plenty of gangs and like to shoot each other all the time, all will gather together to fight against whiting. Everyone is tribalistic for their own skin color and ethnicity, except for white people. White people are the only ones that play by this moralistic code, where, everyone's all equal under God's eyes. We must hold hands and sing kumbaya. That we have, children, women and children shouldn't be used tools for war, which I do agree with that aspect, by the way, but the rest of the world doesn't. And when it comes to war, well, it's either us versus them. It's a power. That's all that matters at the end of the day. It's just power. Who has control? Who has the gun? Well, she was the board of Home Depot and now running Xbox. I'm like, yes, exactly that. Do I like that, by the way? Do I like being tribalistic? Not particularly. I am someone who tries my best to get along with as many people as possible because I don't like conflict, drama, and argument. In that case. So like, I don't really like, I don't know, starting it's wars over nothing really, or what I conceive as nothing. And if we could all be diverse and hold hands, if blacks didn't commit, over 50% of the crimes, if Mexicans weren't invading the country and completely destroying the southern United States and shipping drugs into it, if Indians weren't hiring their own and abusing the H-1B system, then I wouldn't have problems with any of these people. But they are. And they all do it because they are tribalistic within themselves and want to benefit themselves and hate white people. And so therefore, since I am white, I am a 5'1" white woman who lives in America and has had at least had family members since the Civil War. Okay. I will defend my tribe. I will defend my people, which is white Americans, from these foreign invaders coming in here exploiting the system no matter what. And if that means I have to drop some morals of mine to defend myself and my future children, then I will do that. I do not care. So, thank you, Crowder for the $1 review. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Point towards the Muslim terrorists. I can't tell what that's the hardest or easiest words Walter ever, but I'm just a guy flying the drone. And thank you, Beardmaster, for the $5 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tucker sounded like a lefty trying to make you feel bad because you don't want to pay for starving children in our country. Yeah, pretty much. Right? Like, Mike Huckabee is a traitor. He should not be an ambassador. If he loves Israel so much, he should stay in Israel, never fucking come back and revoke his citizenship. Absolute piece of shit. But unfortunately, in this clip, he is right. Because like, it doesn't matter. It's either our soldiers or their soldiers. It's that simple. Though in this case, it's Israel versus Palestine, so I don't really care what happens to Israeli soldiers. Lesser the better, in my opinion. Same with Palestine, I don't really fucking care. But when we're doing a general moralistic argument over 14-year-olds dying in war, just in general, different story. Okay. I have to take a quick pee break, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. I technically had a couple more other clips of Huckabee. Let's... Oh, that's... Okay, yeah, we're definitely watching this one next. Okay, I gotta pee real quick, so I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I'm a quick pisser. Yo, I'm back. You missed the nastiest fucking burp. I sat down, almost pressed the button, and it was like, whoa, oh, came out. I was just like, oh, okay. I saved myself by a millisecond there. Just literally came out of nowhere. Fuck, you guys. There's nothing wrong with you, man. Guys, why do you cock block us? I didn't even mean to cock block. It was just perfect timing here. Plus, I like making guys suffer, so therefore, die, I guess. I don't know. Day ruin. Good. Good. Yeah. This is on Fox News. So this is not the Tucker Carlson interview in this case, but he did say the other day, that Mike Huckabee wants the U.S. to pay Israel as reparations for the losses they suffer in Gaza. Well, let's see if it's actually what he says is a 21-second clip, and so we'll see if this is the case. But still.
Should Israel be expected to even pay 1 penny to rebuild Gaza at this point?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll tell you, if anything, there ought to be reparations to Israel for the extraordinary fight that they have had to conduct to get their hostages back, 252, including many Americans.
Should Israel be...
So he didn't actually say the U.S. should pay for this, but he is saying that they should get reparations. Palestine is not gonna do it, okay? Like, Palestine's not gonna pay reparations. They're not gonna pay for Gaza. Trump's already talked about making it like into like a massive strip mall. Like, it's not happening. So who's gonna pay for it? It's gonna be the United States. Like, what the fuck? This is a war. Like, okay, I don't remember. Like, didn't Palestine start the war technically? Technically, they're the ones that threw the first shot, right? If I remember correctly. I don't really care. Like, it's still Israel's job as their country to rebuild after the war is over. Now, if they can, like, part of the treaty, Palestine gets some sort of, like, okay, you have to pay X amount, because that is kind of normal for treaties. Obviously, if it's kind of like what happened in Germany in World War One, it can be pretty bad in those cases. But that's a different story. Would it be like, nope, Israel shouldn't pay a dime. Israel shouldn't do jack shit. Israel should get reparations for this. Nope. It's gonna be United States. It's gonna be United States here at the end of the day. We know the answer. We know the answer. So remember, chat, if you're a good Amerikanski like me, our tax dollars are going to be going to rebuild Gaza. Huckabee fell for the propaganda and has the Jews as an idol, the place of Jesus. Pretty much. I mean, he once again, he's not actually there as a on behalf of the United States. He's there on behalf of Israel. He's evil. He's a traitor. But he was put in this position for this exact reason. This whole interview and watching these clips with Tucker Carlson just made me more anti-Semitic than I already was. So I'm just like, God damn it! Like, after this interview, Mike Huckabee doesn't get cast out, if he doesn't get replaced, then like this shows that they want him. He's exactly where they want him to be. Exactly, he's doing exactly what the United States wants, exactly what Trump wants, or the deep state. You know, he's in the perfect position. And it's not for America's favor in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Kaleki, for the $2 dose. Remember, maltrators were always punished more severely than enemies? Understandable. Well, alas, that's not going to be happening with Huckabee here. And it really fucking sucks. How about we just let them live in the rubble? It's not any country, but its own responsibility to rebuild itself. Yeah. I mean, that'd be my solution. If Israel wants to rebuild, then go ahead. If it's specifically between Israel and Palestine, Israel is the winner. And, you know, and part of the whole treaty is that Palestine gives them X amount of dollars back, or shekels, for, you know, what it is. Okay, fine. That's a pretty common recourse. But that's not going to happen. Palestine's too fucking poor and backward to be able to do that. It's going to be the United States. So, it's annoying. But here we are. And our own ambassador is just like, yeah, Israel shouldn't pay a dime. Israel shouldn't pay a fucking dime here. Oh, gotta hit the run button. second here. Thank you, Delta Cross, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So who is Israel going to get to pay for these reparations? Let me see here. I'm not gonna read this whole entire article for the sake of time. But let me at least read the title and not read the rest of it like a good slop tuber. Let me pull it up here. Israeli forces accused of killing their own citizens under Hannibal directive during October 7 chaos. Israeli authorities say more 800 civilians, around 300 soldiers were killed on October 7th. Have killed their own citizens. Well, they're still probably gonna have Palestine. Well, actually, United States do the reparations if Mike Huckabee has anything to say about it. They don't care. They don't care here. Ugh. Our current ambassador is an idiot. No, he's right where they want him to be. He was chosen for a reason. Everything he said is public. The Tucker interview is public. He agreed to this Tucker Carlson interview here. Sure. From the river to the sea. I guess it's Palestine would be free, not Israel, but close enough. Still brown. Just like they have them exactly where they want to be. Okay, we've already basically watched this clip. Yep, we did this clip too. Okay. I should have organized these better, but alas, I did not. So it is what it is. Ugh. It annoys me so much. Germany still pays Israel for reparations, by the way. I'm too. I'm done. Israel is always such a draining topic for me because every single time I talk about it, I just get more frustrated with the whole situation. I just get more annoyed. I learn more things about it, and I just sit here and I just seethe, and I knowing that I can't do anything, as we're being puppeted around by these fucking horrible people. Ugh, I hate. But I know what I do like though? Trium. I gave birth to Trium today. Trium is my son. Thank you for celebrating your subby bubby for 9 months now in a row. Thank you Trium for that. Maybe they are paying back lots of owed favors to Mike, and because he's ultra Christian. I'm pressing exit out on that. He can be safely deposited over there, and they don't have to worry about him messing things up for their foreign policy. Yeah, he's definitely not messing things up for foreign policy. He's actually helping them out quite significantly. So, Zoomerwaffen. Yes, we are the Zoomerwaffen. And speaking of being Zoomerwaffen, Glyphosate. Glyphosate. Oh god, I'm praying to God I'm actually pronouncing this correctly. So, a few days ago, on Thursday, Friday, somewhere in the time period, Trump made an announcement about protecting glyphosate. So we'll get into that for a second. But for those who don't know what glyphosate is, it is a chemical compound that are used for farmers. And it's actually a weed killer. So they put it down when they plant their crops, and it's supposed to kill weeds and stuff like that. In the United States, and only the United States, they also add it at the very end of the life cycle on weeds to dry it out before the rain come, and therefore it doesn't get bogged down and rots when the rainy season comes. And so it's sprayed, this weed killer, this carcinogenic weed killer that does cause significant health problems, by the way. It's put on the wheat right before they're harvested. And not just wheats. Oats too, and other grains as well. But wheat's the main factor because that's the bread. And just the Florida Department of Health found that your favorite bread is laced with carcinogenic glyphosate, for example. This is from the Florida Health, okay? So nature's own butter bread has 109.23 points of glyphosate here, which is a lot, because you should have none in your bread, by the way. Nature's Own Perfectly Crafted White has 132.34. Dave's Killer Bread, which is supposed to be the gluten-free kind, has 11.85. Dave's Killer Bread, another version of it, 10.38. Wonder Bread, oh my god, talking about something that's made in the fucking lab, is 173.19. Sara Lee Honey Wheat is 191.04. Versus Sara Lee Artisanal White doesn't have any, and Pepperidge Farm, surprisingly, apparently they remember, doesn't have any, or at least is negligible based off their calculations. Regardless, that's a lot of chemicals on your food, and a lot of people, including me, subscribe to the belief that the problem with America having gluten intolerance is not actually gluten itself. It's the glyphosate, because like I said, this is put at the end at the life cycle before they're harvested here. And it's been allowed since roughly 2006, and ever since 2006, there's been a huge update in quote unquote gluten intolerance. There's a reason why a lot of people who are gluten intolerant can go to Europe and not have any problems eating pasta and bread there, because guess what? While they use glyphosate for weed killer, they don't use it to dry out the wheat and oats and etc. before it's harvested. Just a little bit suspicious there. Another American food L, yes. It 100% is. And it's like, okay then. So you have to be careful with the flour too, because it's not just the bread, right? It's also in the flour, and like the crust of the oats. So even if you buy flour from the store, it still has the glyphosate in it, because it's still the wheat being broken down and turned into flour. So you have to find brands that don't have it at all. Apparently Pepperidge Farm, which is surprising, actually. I guess I'm gonna have to buy Pepperidge Farm. I never did, because I thought it was like, I just avoid bread in general because I am technically gluten intolerant, because bread makes me want to kill myself when I eat it. But then again, it's all the glyphosate, so I just avoid it in general, because it's to me, it's easier for me just to avoid bread completely than try to find a brand in the United States that doesn't fucking use this shit when it's so widely used. And it still goes into the soil. It still goes into the water system. You can still find trace amounts in other products that and other systems, even the next crops yield that have it in there as well. Just because it's so used so much, it just gets everywhere here. So, bread makes you fat, unironically. I disagree. Carbs are healthy for you. Like, carbs themselves aren't a problem. Obviously, you have to be careful how much you eat, and you need to be super active. There's a reason why bread was a staple for so many civilizations throughout the entirety of human history, because they were a lot more active, and carbs give you energy. Now, in a sedentary lifestyle that we have, where you have a VTuber sitting in her fat ass chair, yapping on the internet, that's where it becomes a problem. But it also depends on how the quality of bread too, because beyond the glyphosate, there are obviously other factors that go into farming these days. You just need to be a little bit careful how many carbs you eat. And actually, carbs are pretty healthy to eat when you're pregnant, because you need the energy for both yourself and for the baby. It's good for development, which is why a lot of women crave carbs when they're pregnant. And with this too, the recent study found glyphosate causes 10 plus cancers in RAF at safe doses. Regulators allowed worldwide glyphosate are based on now retracted fraudulent study written by Monsanto staff. Monsanto is the company that actually is a huge farmer within the United States, and also has investments in cancers that are caused by glyphosate being used in the farms in the first place. It's a very interesting little cycle that they have there. So let's play this. Let's play this.
It was published in the year 2000, And now it was revealed that actually Monsanto staff helped write this article. The authors were likely receiving large sums of money from Monsanto, and many of the data in this study was unpublished, the secret data from Monsanto. So it was basically a complete fraud, and it claimed that glyphosate was safe and not linked to cancer. And now we have all these studies that came out recently finding that glyphosate increased or caused 10 distinct types of cancer in rats when they were exposed at so-called safe levels. And so this paper, though, was used by our agencies across the world.
And also keep in mind, as Roundup, once again, the weed killer. Now, Roundup is actually being sued. Some people have settled. Some people have gotten decent amount of rewards. I have this in a tab. I'll bring this up a little bit later. But Roundup is being sued for causing cancer, like turbo fucking cancer with people.
To claim glyphosate was safe and in the approval processes. And so now all of that was built on a complete fraud and lie. And so this retraction is probably the only time I will be happy about a retraction.
So that's cool. So with this in mind, here, well, Trump invokes Defense Production Act to protect carcinogenic glyphosate. The executive order gives legal protection, protects corporate liability, and elevates glyphosate production into national defense priority. Cancer-causing weed killer is here to stay. Which we will read this here now. Promoting the national defense by ensuring, fuck off, Trump. By ensuring an adequate supply of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides. Executive order February 18th of this year. So instead of banning glyphosate from being used, which I don't really like chemicals in general, but at least using it as a weed killer, I will allow it, seeing that's what the EU does, and you don't have problems eating bread in the EU. But using it as a drying agent before the grains are collected, that's the huge problem there. But no, we're gonna protect this instead. By the authority vested in me as President of the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, including the Defense Production Act of 1950, as amended. I'm not reading all that. And is hereby ordered. Section 1. Policies and findings. Elemental phosphorus is pervasive in defense supply chains and therefore crucial to military readiness and national defense. As a key input in smoke elimination and incendiary devices and a critical component for manufacturing the semiconductors that are central to numerous defense technologies, such as radar, solar cell sensors, and optoelectronics. It is also increasingly important in modern lithium-ion battery chemistries used in a multitude of weapon system supply chains. For these and other reasons, on November 7, 2025, Department of the Interior, acting pursuant to the Energy Act of 2020, designated phosphate as a critical mineral. Elemental phosphorus is a critical precursor to element for the production of glyphosate-based herbicides, which play a critical role in maintaining America's agricultural advantage by enabling farmers sufficiently and cost-effectively produce food and feed livestock feed. As the most widely used crop protection tools in the United States agriculture, glyphosate-based herbicides are a cornerstone of this nation's agricultural productivity and world economy, allowing United States farmers and ranchers to maintain high yields and low production costs while ensuring that healthy, affordable food options remain within reach for all American families. Yeah, I don't think that they're healthy. They might be affordable, but I don't think they're healthy if eating bread causes severe stomach pain and makes you shit yourself at the bare minimum, and also causes cancer too. So yeah, I wouldn't call that. I wouldn't say that personally myself. There's no direct one-for-one chemical alternative to glyphosate-based herbicides. Lack of access to glyphosate-based herbicides would critically jeopardize agricultural productivity, adding pressure to the domestic food system, and may result in transition of cropland to other uses due to low productivity. Given the profit margins growers currently face, any major restrictions in access to glyphosate-based herbicides would result in economic losses for growers and make it untenable for them to meet growing food and feed demands. Well, did you know that if you deport half the fucking country, you don't have that high of demand to feed the mouths to feed? I'm just throwing that out there. That it's possible if you just deport even a fourth of the people in the country. You don't have to worry about feeding so many people. You don't have to worry about that. And even then, there's alternatives to glyphosate. at least as a drying agent, as the herbicide itself for the weed killer. That part I'm not exactly sure of, though I do have a video that demonstrates there's a possible alternative to it. But obviously the EU is fine without it. The rest of the world is fine without it. It's just basically the US that does this fucking shit. So why I get that we're a huge food producer and we have a lot of farmland, but there has to be an alternative out there. There needs to be an alternative. How else did we survive for this long? Ensuring adequate supply of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides is thus crucial to national security and defense, including food supply security, which is essential to protecting the health and safety of Americans. Nonetheless, the United States' ability to domestically produce those critical inputs are extremely limited. Indeed, there is only a single domestic producer of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides, and this producer does not meet annual needs for these inputs. For that reason, more than 600 million kilograms of elemental phosphorus are imported from other countries annually. Future reduction or the cessation of domestic production of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides would gravely threaten American national security by disrupting and requiring the further offshoring of its national defense supply chain, including by having debilitating impact on domestic agricultural capabilities. Okay, so all I'm hearing is that we're too reliant on something again. Like fucking China having all our manufacturing here. We're too reliant on foreigners, foreign imports, to survive as a country as a whole. I get we're a major food producer. I get we have a lot of mouths to feed. I get we also sell a lot of our food off to a bunch of different places too. But there are alternatives out there. We can slowly but surely wean off glyphosate and use something else in the meantime, so we're not as reliant. You know, I'd rather my tax dollars, instead of going to Somalians, and foreigners and blacks abusing EBTs, I'd rather that be given for either tax breaks or grants for farmers to buy whatever they need. Like I said, I have a video here I'll show here in a second. To stop using glyphosate instead, I'd rather my tax dollars go for that, because I'm going to be buying bread from the grocery store or oats or wherever the case is. Then I'm going to have a problem. Like, then my food would be a lot healthier and it'd be better for me and my children. Excuse me. Like, this isn't... If our nation's defense is so weak by this, then we have a problem. I currently find that, consistent with the Department of Interior's designation, elemental phosphorus is a scarce material that is critical to national defense and security. Our nation's inadequate elemental phosphorus production, which must sustain both defense, manufacturing, and our significant agricultural needs, and the threat of increased domestic scarcity, leave us vulnerable to hostile foreign actors and pose imminent threat to military readiness. Consistent with these findings, I find ensuring robust domestic elemental phosphorus mining and a United States-based production of glyphosate-based herbicides essential to American economic and national security. Without immediate federal action, the United States remains inadequately equipped and vulnerable. Accordingly, I hereby find, pursuant to Section 101 of the Act, domestic elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides meet the criteria specified in a section. I'm not reading all that. Okay, what's this? Is this more legalese? Yeah, it's more legalese. More legalese. More legalese. Okay, so this is the legal action proving what the act does. So yeah, it's here to stay. It's here to stay. This is glyphosate stuff. Keep in mind once again that it's completely banned in Vietnam, Togo, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Using glyphosate as a desiccant, a drying agent, is legal in France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Austria, Italy, Denmark, and the Czech Republic, and the entire EU. Yet somehow all these countries still manage to produce food for all their citizens. How is it possible for glyphosate, as we are told by propagandists, is necessary to grow food? Now, I'm kind of questionable about the third world countries listed here, because usually those rely on a lot of government handouts by the United States. I know we export a lot of food ourselves. But when it comes to the EU, entirety of Europe, where I know even though they're harsh on farmers, they still have farmers nonetheless, and their food is significantly healthier. So many stories, they're not even anecdotal at this point, talk about how much healthier it is. You can see how skinny they are. the fact that people with gluten intolerance can go over there and eat their pasta and bread with no problems definitely makes me wonder. Okay, then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What's the difference between us and them? Oh wait, might be the glyphosate. Oh wait, apparently we're gonna keep on keeping it alive here and make a national security fucking threat. Like, so annoying here. Like there has to be some sort of alternative like this. I don't know what this is. This looks like laser beams? This straight up just looks like laser beams. I don't know if this is AI or not. Actually, I lied. There's a something else I can read underneath this. Sorry. But like they're just burning the weeds with lasers. So if the EU can get rid of glyphosate without having to worry about a drying agent, and we have lasers to get rid of weeds, do we actually need glyphosate? Once again, I rather my tax dollars instead of going to Somalians and blacks with their EBTs in Israel. I'd rather go for this laser program for my farmers instead. And apparently there's a commercial available system. This is from Grok, so there's that. But yes, Carbon Robotics Laser Weeder G2 is commercially available system using AI and lasers precisely target and eliminate weeds without herbicides. It's used by over 100 growers worldwide with models for various farm sizes. I'm sure this shit's expensive. Like, I'm sure this actually is expensive to get. However, once again, if my tax dollars are going to be going to anything, I'd rather be going to weed lasers. Like, it's literally the goy beams. Like, use the goy beams or against the weeds. Like, come on here. That would be much healthier and better for everyone involved. And once again, if I know we kind of went over a little bit here, but okay. So this is I read this. Well, okay, I read most of it. I'm not gonna lie. I read a decent chunk of it, but not the whole entire thing. But I read this study on the toxic effects of glyphosate in the nervous system, a systematic review a few days ago when I was originally going to be talking about this. The abstract does a good enough job to explain what it is based off what I read. Glyphosate, the non-selective synthetic biocide with broad-spectrum activity, is the most widely used herbicide in the world. It can persist in the environment for days or months, and its intensive and large-scale use can constitute major environmental and health problems. And systematic review. We investigate the current state of our knowledge related to the effects of this pesticide on the nervous system of various animal species and humans. The information provided indicates the exposure to glyphosate or its commercial formulations includes several neurotoxic effects. It has been shown that exposure to this pesticide during early stages of life can seriously affect normal cell development by deregulating some of the signal pathways involved in this process, leading to alterations in differentiation, neuronal growth, and myelination. Glyphosate also seems to exert a significant toxic effect on neurotransmission and to induce oxidative stress, neuroinflammation, mitochondrial dysfunction, processes that lead to neuronal death through the autophagy, necrosis, or apoptosis. Science words are difficult. As well as the appearance of behavioral and motor disorders. Doses of glyphosate that produce these neurotoxic effects vary widely but are lower than limits set by regulatory agencies. Although there are important discrepancies between analyzing findings, it is unequivocal the exposure to glyphosate produces important altercations in the structure and function of the nervous system of humans, rodents, fish, and invertebrates. So, like I said, I read most of this study, not the whole entire thing, right? I'm not gonna lie in those regards. But from what I read and the different things there, that the abstract does line up quite a lot. Now the key point for this is the fact this is when it's first used, like more directly used, like in farmers' cases when they actually use it for the weed killing. That's the most important aspect of this study. And obviously the same thing when tested with the animals here, the rodents and the fish. But it still has a bunch of negative side effects with it. And then we put this on our wheat and our oats and our grains to dry them out before they're harvested. Yeah, make that make sense. I'm sorry I'm retarded and everything, but I don't think that's very healthy. And then we start wondering why we're so fat, lazy, and have so many health problems in the United States, why so many people are gluten intolerant. Because remember, like, I was a kid when the whole gluten fad was a huge thing, but, like, a lot of people significantly became gluten intolerant after 2006. Well, guess when it became very popular to use glyphosate as a drying agent for our grains? 2006. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit too tinfoil inclined, right? I like wearing tinfoil on my head to cover my horns from, because I'm ashamed of my horns and my ears. I just want to wear the tinfoil all the time. But that seems a little bit suspicious to me. Just ever so slightly suspicious in those regards. I don't know, this doesn't really line up here. I know people mentioned in chat too is Monsanto, because Monsanto is actually the problem. Because Monsanto has connections here. So Monsanto's as a Roundup is the weed killer that they use with the glyphosate for both the weed killer and the drying agent. But then they also have connections with a cancer research company where they are trying the cancers that glyphosate causes. Well, guess what? They sell the cure. They sell the chemo for that fucking shit. The help cure the very common cancers that glyphosate causes. It's just interesting how that works. Like, I am not a socialist. I'm not a communist, right? I know. I like my capitalism a lot. But you know what I also dislike? Lobbying. You know what I also dislike? Government corruption and corporation corruption. You know what I do think the government's for? Regulation. Regulation is good from time to time. Believe it or not, this is definitely one of those cases where I feel like there'd be some heavy regulation needs to be done on Monsanto to break them up and stop this Ouroboros of just feeding money to one and to the other to stop from happening here. I've been yapping so much, I need some aqua. Give me a second. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Hexo2, for the $1 too. Thank you. Glyphosate also lets Monsanto maintain a monopoly on small farmers. It's a lot to explain, but teal deer kills crops that aren't immune, and Monsanto uses stranglehold. Yeah, I know Monsanto, years ago, it was revealed that they were purposely selling farmers, infertile crops. So, like corn seeds, for example. They would sell corn seeds that would grow, but they wouldn't actually develop any seeds themselves, and so the farmers couldn't use the corn that they produced to replant again for the next year. So they had to be reliant on Monsanto to get more seeds the next year, and the next year after that. Over and over and over again. And they are useless and completely reliant on Monsanto for those things. And if they don't, then they get completely choked out of the system, and the bigger farmer will just come in and snap them up because they have sold themselves out to Monsanto. Complete domination all around. Like, Monsanto's a huge fucking problem across the board. Thank you, Glorgy, for the $5 Ritos. Amal, why are you telling us about the Mexicans and Jews and bread? Why are we talking about this when the US won gold in the hockey? Take that, Canadians. USA. because it's just bread and circus. I mean, okay, it is funny that we're being Canadians at their own game, right, when it comes to hockey. But it's just bread and circus. Very poisoned bread, apparently. And then thank you, Clarky, for another $5 dues. Thank you. Lab Worker 1, Dave's killer bread contains poison? Yeah, of course. The clue's in the name. Right, so why are ours called Wonder Bread? Well, it's like Dave's killer bread, except it contains 90% less bread and 90% more poison. Pretty much. I need to find a healthy bread brand to eat, so I can eat bread again. Because like I said, I just find it easier just to avoid eating bread, all considered. But I do use bread for my chicken sandwiches. I do really like my chicken sandwiches. I need to find something a bit healthier than that. And I've been having like a bagel kick recently too. Thank you, Hex02, for the $1 review. Thank you, thank you. It also had a domino effect because if your neighbor was using glyphosate and glyphosate plants and you aren't, then your crops end up dying, forcing you to buy from Monsanto. Oh, that's a good point. Just because of the fact that it stays in the soil, in the water system for so long. That's what this study talks about. In fact, it even persists in the environment for days and for months. And it's a really long study. I'm not reading this on stream. Okay, sorry, not sorry. But it does go into details here somewhere in this hot fucking mess about exactly that. And it's just like, oh, lovely. This is great. This is great. We got like oxidative stress and inflammation and neurological problems, behavior problems, within rats and fish and humans. It's not great. It's pretty actual nasty. And yeah, we put this in our food. And our metabolism. Like, it's not great. Not great at all. Okay, we're gonna bring this back up. And, where is it at? What's this? Yes. So, now the best part about this, in my opinion, the best part about this whole entire thing is that as RFK, Robert, I forget what the F stands for, Kennedy, here, has been going on for decades now about, getting chemicals out of our food supply and making our food cleaner, make America healthy again, all that fun stuff. And has talked about quite a lot about how bad glyphosate is. Before in the past. Literally saying, apparently last month, I believe glyphosate causes cancer. Well, guess what? It does. Actually, we're gonna play this. We're gonna play this.
Well, I believe that that glyphosate causes cancer. I believe that masks, that there's no...
Supposedly this is last month. I can't exactly date it. I'm assuming with how many views it hasn't been community noted. So it was probably roughly last month. But regardless, he's coming out being like, yeah, no, I believe it causes cancer. Trump in 2024, we're going to get toxic chemicals out of our food supply. Trump 2026, glyphosate is critical to national security. Well, let's listen to the Orange Man.
America. We're joining forces to defeat government corruption, restore free speech, and make America healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again, We're a nation that is not doing well in a lot of ways, and we're not doing so well with health, but we're going to solve a lot of those problems, I think, over the next short period of time. A lot of it's common. A lot of that's common sense, too. It's all common sense when you get right down to it, but we're going to get toxic chemicals out of our environment, and we're going to get them out of our food supply. We're going to get them out of our bodies. We'll get them out of our body, right? Right?
Yeah, it is a lot of common sense. Adding chemicals will turn the freaking frogs gay, and poison our bread, and cause all these other sorts of problems. Yeah, that is common sense. We didn't have these problems 50 years ago. We didn't have the same amount of problems 40, 30, 20. It's all been adding up throughout the decades as we add more and more bullshit into our food and supplies. And here we are, in 2026. Yep, you know what? Say critical to our national security. And then Kennedy comes out and actually defends it. And he actually defends it, which I get that he does, because he's, just a part of the Trump administration, so he kind of has to, in a lot of ways. But Trump was only influenced by Kennedy. Kennedy has been beating this drum for decades now, like over a decade now. He's been a huge health nut for such a long time, talking about vaccines and all these different problems. So the fact that he's being like, yep, nope, it's fine, everything's okay, that's where the problem comes in. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. defended President Donald Trump's executive order spurring the domestic production of the weed killer glyphosate making his Make America Healthy Again movement reels from the president's embrace of the chemical they despise. Trump on Wednesday night signed an executive order invoking the Defense Production Act to compel domestic production of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides. Glyphosate is the chemical in Bayer Monsanto's Roundup and is the most commonly used herbicide for a slew of U.S. crops. Trump in the order said shortages of both phosphorus and glyphosate would pose a risk to national security. Kennedy backed the president in a statement to CNBC Thursday morning. Donald Trump's executive order puts America first where it matters most. Our defense readiness and our food supply, he said. We must safeguard America's national security first because all our priorities depend on it. When hostile actors control critical inputs, they weaken our security. By expanding domestic production, we close the gap and protect American families. Yes, I get it. We obviously need a stable food supply. We are a huge production of food in general across the world, and we often import it because we have too much. Which is why there's something called time. And we can slowly but surely, through governor grants and other incentives, stop using glyphosate in different sections of the United States and give them money so they can buy those fucking Goy Beam laser weed killers that we saw earlier. Or try to use Elysium just for weed killer and not for a drying agent and use something else. Or not at all. Because honestly, I'm not sure what the EU does, but they don't fucking use glyphosate and they're fine, right? And slowly but surely, you spread out that program to the rest of the United States until all the farmers are not dependent on it. That would be the best way forward with it. Not completely depend on it and be like, yes, it's a matter of national security now. Duh. But Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again coalition that supported Trump in 2024 presidential election hates glyphosate, which has been alleged to cause cancer in myriad of lawsuits. Yes, it has caused cancer. It's proven. They just don't want to admit it now because it's they're so reliant on this. Now the executive order threatens to unravel a coalition ahead of the 2026 midterm elections that could loosen the president's grip on Washington. Just as the large Maha base begins to consider what to do with the midterms, the president issues EO to expand domestic glyphosate production. Kelly Ryerson, prominent Maha activist known as the Glyphosate Girl, said in a post on X, the very same carcinogenic pesticide that Maha cares about the most. Ken Cook, president of the Environmental Working Group, a watchdog that has pushed back against chemicals in food for years, said in a statement that he can't envision a bigger middle finger to every Maha mom than this. Elevating glyphosate to a national security priority is the exact opposite of what Maha voters were promised, Cook said. And Secretary Kennedy remains at the HHS after this. It may be possible to argue that his past warnings about glyphosate were anything more than campaign rhetoric designed to win trust and votes. He's like, I need to drink water. Water! Sorry. Kennedy, a former environmental attorney, notably once won a nearly $290 million case against Monsanto for a man who claimed his cancer was caused by Roundup. The executive order came down one day after Bayer proposed paying $7.25 billion to settle serious lawsuits claiming the Roundup causes cancer. So, keep this in mind. A lot of people did settle, and they had to pay $7.25 billion because they didn't want to go through the legal process. But someone won almost $300 million with Kennedy's help to prove that his cancer was caused by Roundup. So yes, cancer is caused by Roundup. This has been actually a debate for years now because of these lawsuits and has already been proven with at least one. And there's been other people who have won lawsuits like this too. A lot of people did settle because, well, we're dealing with a multi-billion-dollar corporation like Bayer Monsanto. You're going through years of pain to try to even get this money, and a lot of people choose not to, just because it's easier just to take the settlement. But for those who did go through, they did win. It's kind of obvious. There's plenty of studies that show that it does actually cause cancer. They just don't want to fucking admit this because it's so reliant for the farmers' economy in the States. Former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia, knocked Trump for signing an EO protecting cancer-causing glyphosate in our foods. Glyphosate is a critical chemical in American culture. It's applied to many key cash crops, such as corn and soybeans, and has been defended by agricultural trade organizations. Phosphorus is a key input to the creation of glyphosate, which the White House argues is necessary to maintain food security. Elemental phosphorus is also used in manufacture of some military materials. See, at least when it comes to phosphorus, it makes sense for the military because I know it's a chemical that's used for a lot of their gases and other things and guns and that kind of stuff. Okay, military aspects that me, a dumb woman, doesn't really understand, but I understand it's used for that kind of deal. That makes sense. But glyphosate, really, really here? Thank you, President Trump, for acknowledging the importance of glyphosate-based herbicides in American agriculture, the House Agriculture Committee Republicans said Wednesday night on X Post. This is a vital step forward in ensuring domestic supply of this critical crop input remains available for our producers. House Agricultural Chair Representative G.T. Thompson, Republican Pennsylvania, tried to push a farm bill through Congress this year, a legislative package that covers federal farm support and nutrition subsidies. He's also come under fire from Maha for recently a provision in a bill that would block state and local pesticide regulations differing from federal guidance. That's retarded. The state and the local should be able to decide what they want to do. If they need to add more restrictions, especially when it comes to this, like regulation's good, right? There, like not all the time. You can overregulate a lot of times, and that is a problem with the government. Obviously, EU is notorious for overregulation. That's why they don't have a business really coming out of there, over the past couple decades. But regulation is good, and moderation for the right things. When it comes to food, 100%. 100% We need to regulate more in the United States. That's like the one good thing the EU has overregulated on is food. Because when you put something in your body, it gets processed, goes through the blood-brain barrier, and causes problems. Actually, that reminds me. I read this study a few days ago. A fun fact about glyphosate. It does, in fact, go through the blood-brain barrier. As well as, so, it can cause a lot of neurological problems. And it can affect pregnant women and babies. Oh, sorry, I should say babies. In pregnant women's bellies because it goes through their. What's it called? I'm blanking on it now. Fuck, not the umbilical cord. That's the thing that goes out. It's whatever the little film shit. I'm blanking on that stuff. You know what I'm talking about, right? Placenta? Maybe the placenta? I forget what it's called. And since I forget what it's called, I'm not gonna be able to control effort to find it in the study, god damn it. So basically, placental barrier, there we go. Delta crust for the win once again. So placenta was pretty close. But yeah, it goes with that too. So if your girlfriend, your wife, if she's pregnant, I hope she's your wife. If your wife is pregnant, and make sure that she doesn't eat bread, at least American bread. Try to research and figure out what bread she does eat has glyphosate in it. Apparently, Sara Lee and Pepperidge Farms Sara Lee Artisanal White specifically is fine based off this Florida study. But do your own research and double check because you might accidentally give your baby cancer AIDS instead. Amniotic sacs the proper term? Okay. Okay, that's what it is then. Well, close enough. And then Kennedy did make a tweet yesterday. Same thing, 9:30 p.m. Once again defending this action because he's been getting fired for non-stuff because the executive order was Wednesday night into Thursday for this stuff, right? But he's been getting non-stop heat because it's such betrayal of everything he stood for so long now. I will always tell the American people the truth. Pesticides and herbicides are toxic by design, engineered to kill living organisms. When we apply them across millions of acres and allow them into our food system, we put Americans at risk. Chemical manufacturers have paid tens of billions of dollars to sell cancer claims linked to their products, and many agriculture communities report elevated cancer rates and chronic disease. Yes, thank you, Kennedy. Thank you. Maybe you should do something about that instead of being like, unfortunately, our agricultural system depends heavily on these chemicals. The US represents 4% of the world's population, yet we use roughly 25% of pesticides. If these inputs disappeared overnight, crop yields would fall, food prices would surge, and America would experience massive loss of farms even beyond what we're witnessing today. Consequences would be disastrous. Yes, that's why there's alternatives, and you slowly introduce those alternatives until it becomes the norm. That's what happened with glyphosate, for example. Like, we weren't all using glyphosate for millions of years now. We had other ways around it. It's a relatively new phenomenon. We can get rid of it. We can slowly replace it. Why is this such a hard fucking concept? Oh, because Monsanto's probably paying the administration. That's why. Ugh. I support President Trump's executive order to bring agricultural chemical production back to the United States and our near total reliance on adversarial nations. His EO protects two pillars of national strength, our defense readiness and our food supply. When hostile actors control critical inputs, they directly threaten the security of the American people. Trump administration will secure these supply chains and eliminate the vulnerability. I get that. I do. At least for the phosphorus. But the glyphosate's unnecessary. President Trump did not build our current system. He inherited it. For decades, Washington designed modern agriculture. Policymakers wrote foreign policy, directed research dollars, structured subsidies, and crop insurance, and shaped commodity markets to reward monocultures and maximum yield. Those deliberate choices locked farmers into chemicals dependence and prioritized short-term output over long-term soil vitality and human health. We are now changing course without destabilizing the food supply. Okay, maybe. Are you? Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope, Kennedy. Are you actually doing something? Alongside USDA Secretary Rollins, we are accelerating transition to regenerative agriculture by expanding farm systems that rebuild soil, increase biodiversity, improve water retention, and reduce reliance on synthetic chemicals, including pre-harvest desiccation. Okay, see, this is exactly what we've been wanting. See, this is good. We are also driving rapid adoption of next generation technologies, including laser guided weed control. Hey, that's the video I showed. So I didn't read this before a stream. I had all these tabs up before stream started, and because I was going to talk about this Friday, but then before stream started, I saw there was a couple updates to it, so I added a few things to it. Okay, now I'm happy again. I'm a good little guy. I'm happy again. Laser guided weed control, electrothermal and electrical systems, robotics, precision mechanical cultivation, and biological controls that replace blanket spraying with precision intervention. These solutions are not theoretical. Farmers are already putting them into work. Markets are scaling them. Now the federal government will act with urgency to expand their reach and accelerate adoption wide. I have met with hundreds of farmers and agricultural leaders across the country. They understand the pressures firsthand. Chemicals inputs cut into margins. Chemical resistant pests are spreading. Soil health is declining. Foreign markets are shutting down American produce. Farmers want workable alternatives, and they want policies to support transition without threatening their livelihoods. But my question is, though, while everything that Kennedy is saying in these past couple paragraphs is good, and this is what I was advocating for, and it's nice to hear that they're at least claiming, because this is politicians, right? So they're at least claiming that they're doing this. Since Trump did make an executive order, I get that it's not codified yet, but it's still an executive order nonetheless, that it would make these farmers less likely to switch over, and it allows Monsanto to have even more control in the government, because if the executive order is already in place, there's less incentive to switch over because its glyphosate's already considered protected as a national security thing. If it's just a temporary measure while they're switching over, since we're still relying on it, that would be more understanding. But there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution. So I'm pressing exit out on that a little bit. I would like to believe him, because Kennedy does seem pretty authentic and genuine, because he has been advocating for these for decades now. And like in the last article we read, he helped win a lawsuit against Monsanto for Roundup causing cancer. So he seems genuine. However, now he's in the administration. Now he's a politician. I guess he's kind of always been a politician, technically, in a way. So makes it harder for him, even if he is genuine, to be able to do what he wants to do, what needs to be happening, because he has puppeteers, he has masters he has to bend towards. So I don't know. I do worry a little bit here. Um, at HHS, I'm leading a coordinated effort grounded in gold standard science. I am working with Secretary Rollins and EPA Lee Zeldin to expedite a better future where a thriving agricultural system is less dependent on harmful chemicals. We are sharing data, coordinating strategy, and supporting farmers through a practical transition. The Make America Healthy Again agenda forces us to challenge long-standing assumptions about how we grow food, structure markets, and measure success in this country. Reform at this scale will test entrenched interests and will not move in a straight line. President Trump has opened the door to this debate and backed meaningful change, not only in policy but in national conversation about health and agriculture. American farmers stand at the center of this movement. They deserve policies rooted in rigorous science and economic reality. Our children deserve a food system that protects and strengthens their health. With President Trump's leadership, we're securing critical supply chains, confronting the health risks embedded in our current system, and deploying every available tool to build safer, and more resilient American food supply. Okay, that's the latter half still sounds good, but I'm still concerned. I'm still very much concerned, actually. So, I I want to have some hope. I don't like blackpilling. Blackpilling is exhausting and depressing, but he's still making executive order. He's still giving them a pass. He's still protecting them. I don't know. I have to see it to believe it personally myself that they're actually making a change when it comes to glyphosate. Yeah. I do know that Thomas Massey, for all his faults, because I have mixed feelings with Thomas Massey. He seems all, I don't know. He does a lot of things that I do like. He advocates for a lot of things I support, but he doesn't like the play ball either, which is good because it's like for the different things like this. I'm glad that he stands on morals and principles because it's usually for the things that I support. However, because of it, he often sacrifices other important things in the process, and I just he doesn't actually get anything done. Doesn't make it like I don't like corrupt politicians. I don't like how the system is set up. And but you do kind of need friends in high places to get anything done. You can introduce as many bills as you want, but if they don't pass, it just doesn't do anything. But what we will see, I guess we'll have to see, because right now he is introducing the No Immunity for Glyphosate Act to undo the recent executive order which promotes glyphosate Roundup and insulates manufacturers from liability. Oh, let's read this bill here. Okay, yeah, I'll read this part. Prohibit the use of federal funds to implement the executive order entitled Promoting National Defense by ensuring an adequate supply of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides and for other purposes. Bill to prohibit blah blah blah. Read that already. Short title: The act may be cited as No Immunity for Glyphosate Act. Number 2, no federal funds for executive order relating to phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides. No federal funds may be used to implement, administer, or enforce executive order titled Promoting National Defense by ensuring adequate supply of elemental phosphorus and glyphosate-based herbicides, issued on February 18th, 2026. No immunities for glyphosate manufacturers. See, this is what I'm down for, right? The first part, I might be able to make an exception just because of the slow transition, going from glyphosate to something that's more natural and better for the environment and for the plants. But it's the immunities for the glyphosate manufacturers that I have a problem with. Like, I want Monsanto to be fucking buried to the ground. They're evil. A. Cause of action. Any person or the estate, survivors, or legal representative of such person who suffers or has suffered physical injury, illness, disease, or death caused, in whole or in part, by exposure to the elemental phosphorus or glyphosate-based herbicide manufactured, distributed, sold, or supplied with the United States may bring a civil action in appropriate district of court in the United States against any covered entity. I'm sorry, chat. My voice in my throat is dying. Let me get some more water. Excuse me. The covered entities. For the purpose of this section, the term covered entity means any person, corporation, partnership, association, contractor, subcontractor, or other entity that manufactures, distributes, formulates, supplies, or sells elemental phosphorus or glyphosate herbicides. The jurisdiction. The district courts of the United States shall have jurisdiction over any civil action arising of section with regard to the amount of controversy or citizenship of the parties. The relief. In a civil action under the section, the court may award 1. Compensatory damages, including damages for medical expenses, lost income, pain, and suffering, and wrongful death. 2. Punitive damages. 3. Equitable relief, including declaratory and injunctive relief. And 4. Attorney fees and costs. E. Waiver of nullification of immunity. I'm not reading that. Legal codes are not my specialty, man. Oh. Notwithstanding section of 707 of Defense Production Act of 1995, or any other provision of law, no covered entity shall be immune from civil liability under federal or state law for injury, illness, disease, or death caused by exposure of elemental phosphorus or glyphosate-based herbicides. I feel like I was repeating it earlier, but I get with legalese you have to be like very specific and on point and have to like do this kind of shit. No federal contractor defense. Notwithstanding any other provision of federal law, including any doctrine of federal contractor immunity or preemption, no covered entity may assert as a defense to a liability of any action brought under this section or any other federal or state law that manufacture, formulation, distribution, sale, supply of elemental phosphorus or glyphosate-based herbicide was conducted in compliance with or pursuant to executive order, regulation, directive, contract, or unauthorized authorization. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, this hurts my brain. D. Preservation of existing or pending claims. Nothing in this act shall be construed to 1. Preempt, displace, or otherwise limit any civil action authorized under federal state law, or 2. For dismissal of or otherwise adversely affect any civil action pending on or before the date of enactment of this act. H. Applicability. Greenhurst. This section shall apply to any claim arising on or after the date of enactment of this act. I. Non-preemptive state law. Nothing in this section shall be construed, preempt, displace, or limit any right or remedy under state law. Okay. Whoa! Okay. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. But, from my understanding, with my limited legal knowledge, half that stuff is useless for me, the plebe. But basically, it's just not giving immunity to glyphosate manufacturer. Just like it. Why do I read these, chat? Why do I read these? I read them because I'm just like, okay, I want to know what it actually says. Because there's a lot of times where you have tweets where it's like, this is what this thing says or does. And then you actually read it yourself, and that's not the case at all. But then I read it, and it's just like, okay, it's actually pretty straightforward. Lots of lots of jargon in the way. I think you can argue for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Big words. Rain. Hurts. Yes. Yes, that's like that's exactly the case that I'm in right now. I'm just like, better at reading than news scum. Oh yeah, well I don't have dyslexia, I'm just retarded here. Thomas's plan has already failed. Do you expect the people in Congress and House to read it? They need it in crayon. Yeah. Like, this is not gonna go well. This is not gonna pass. They don't care about it. The people in Congress don't actually care about it. This is Thomas Massey doing what Thomas Massey does. Introduces bills that are not gonna pass because he doesn't have any friends. And he doesn't have the right connections. Which is great because he's avoiding the corruption of the system. was bad because then you can't actually do things that need to be done in this case. And if Kennedy's tweet is correct in this case, where it's a temporary thing, every single permanent fucking government program is a temporary measure, and they're actually working on getting rid of glyphosate, then this is not really needed. But the thing is, this executive order was released Wednesday night, February 18th. People got pissed when they woke up on Thursday, and now it's taking him till Sunday at 9:30 p.m. to tweet it out. Which, again, I guess it makes sense. He's got to get his thoughts together, get his facts in line, make sure he's not pissing people off. But still, it's a huge thing. They should have clarified from the get-go. And it still gives glyphosate manufacturers legal immunity, this executive order. And Monsanto doesn't need legal immunity. That, if anything, that's the worst part about this. Like, obviously, I want glyphosate out of our fucking farming system. But if Monsanto has legal immunity against the people that they are being sued from multiple times now, and people have won their cases and won almost $300 million because of this, and they're giving them immunity as there continues glyphosate, and you're claiming that you're trying to fix the system. Yeah, I'm sorry. That seems a bit suspicious there. That seems a bit suspicious, and I'm very actually concerned. Sorry about that, chat. I started dying here. I might have been right about the suck thing. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the suck thing here? I don't suck anything here. She's finally been taken out by Mossad. No. Oh, sick? No, I'm not sick. I'm just been yapping so much. Actually, I was like, man, normally I don't have problems for like the 4.5 hours that I do normally stream, right? But I realized, oh wait, I had my stream on Friday, and then had, my IRL stuff Friday evening, and then I streamed for like 11 hours on Saturday, and then I had the members only stream yesterday, and then movie night, and now today. So I've done a lot of yapping over the past few days. I've realized a lot more yapping than usual that I normally do. So that, that's my excuse for why my throat is dying. It's a lot of, actually, that is a lot of yapping. Holy shit. It's a glyphosate cough is over for her. No! I got the cancer. I got the AIDS cancer here. But seeing how I had the AIDS cancer, and we are a little bit over time here. I'm gonna be sending you guys off now that it's Joe over. It's Joe over. We're blackpilling. It's over. YouTube bros, I'm saying you over the Mari_EN. She is apolitical, not political at all. She's just a cute, fresh princess, so don't bring politics in her chat. That's very gay, okay? And then you kick bros, I'm sending you over the leaflet. I don't know what she's doing at the moment, but stay on topic, follow her rules. Don't be too crazy, don't glow too hard. But she is political, so just make sure you follow the rules over there here. I'm gonna go die of cancer from my glyphosate here in my balls. And I will see you guys on Wednesday at 7:45 p.m. EST, as per usual. I should be having a 10K celebration here relatively soon. I need to properly thank you guys for hitting 10K on YouTube. So I have something in the works, but I'm waiting on that beforehand. I was hoping to do it this week, but that might not be happening. So we'll see. We will see. But yeah, regardless, 7:45 p.m. EST for Wednesday. And thank you, Clarky. Hold on. Thank you, Clarky, for the 500 warp tokens. No, Maul, don't throw in the towel. This wasn't the winning spirit that won the US Gold in hockey. Too bad, I'm a woman. I'm pathetic. I must die here. So, I thank you, alright, buddy, for your sorry puppies, donos, and vigorous spankings. I will see you Wednesday. Bye. Boy, I'm gonna be like RFK here and be like, yeah, I got the throat cancer, boy. Oh.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids.